Custer died for yourself, for the truth that you pollute, for the life that you have cost, for the good you prostitute, and for all that we have lost. Custer died for your sin. Custer died for your sin. Now a new day must begin. Custer died for your sin. Custer died for your sin. Custer died for your sin. Now a new day must begin. Custer died for your sin. Custer died. Convert the whole world if you can. Kill and slaughter those who oppose you. It's worth it if you save one man. Take the land to build your churches, a sin to tax the house of God. Take a child while he is supple, spoil the mind and spare the rod. Go and tell the savage native that he must be Christianized. Tell him end his heathen worship, and you make him civilized. Shove your gospel, force your values down his throat until it's raw. And after he is crippled, turn your back and lock the door. Like an ever-circling vulture, you descend upon your prey. Then you pick the soul to pieces, and you watch them as they decay. 'Cause religion is big business, as your bank accounts will show. And Christ died to save all mankind, but that was long ago. Missionary, missionary, go and leave us all alone. Save the soul of all your white man, we've a God of our own. Missionary, missionary, go and leave us all alone. Save the soul of all your white man, we've a God of our own. And the rivers and the oceans and the streams are muddy brown, and the red and orange suns it turns to gray, and the sunlight gets dimmer as the haze falls all around, and the green and yellow hills have turned to clay. In a world without tomorrow, in a world that cannot last, in a world without tomorrow, my friend, that day is on its way. My friend, that day is coming fast. And the trees are dead and barren, and the grass has turned to stone, and only man has caused it all. I can't stay another day. There's an emptiness inside of me, and I can't bear the loneliness out here. There's another place I gotta be. Another place I gotta be. I long for you, Dakota, smell of sweet grass on the plain. I see too much meanness and I feel too much pain, and this quiet desperation coming over me, coming over me. I gotta leave, I can't stay another day. There's an emptiness inside of me, and I can't bear the loneliness out here. There's another place I gotta be. Another place I gotta be. Where can you run when the land that was yours for 1,000 suns isn't yours anymore? 'Cause the love that you gave was betrayed for the gold and the guns. What can you eat when the food that ran free for 1,000 moons isn't there anymore? 'Cause destroyers they came, and all that remains are the memories and the ruins. What can you do when the life that you lived for 1,000 years isn't life anymore? Just the days and the moons and the suns of 1,000 tears. Joseph, what do they want from you? What did you ever do to make them feel this way? Joseph, what do they see in you? What do they fear in you to want to put you away? Joseph, where are you gonna go? Your people want to know what will become of them. Joseph, why won't they let you live? What more can you give? They want it all to end. And as the sun goes down behind the hill, you feel the chill of winter coming. And in the cold and hungry morning light, you see the trail of shadows running. Joseph, all that you can say won't change in any way. All that's going down. Joseph, the clouds now hide the moon. The fires die too soon. The truth is what you found. And as the sun goes down behind the hill, you feel the chill of winter coming. And in the cold and hungry morning light, you see the trail of shadows running. Can you see the sun? Can you feel the wind? Do they tell you anything at all? Or do you care? Or do you care? If the sun should change and the rain should fall, would it matter anything at all? Or do you care? Or do you care? Oh, the circle that we live in is so strong, and the things that you believed in were so wrong. But the changes will take place before too long. There's a way to live, there's a way to die, but you don't have to die this way at all.
68 treaty now just now being put out over here where you signed in. You're welcome to take a copy of that and follow along in the articles that we hope to be discussing today. We're going to have a full agenda today, and I think it's best we get started now. So if you can return back to your seats as soon as you get a copy there, we're going to begin with the morning prayer, as we always do in our culture.
Hiani waste tukashira. Hiani waste mitakiepi.
Aho.
Hiani waste wamakashka ote oyasin. Hiani waste washiglaki. Hiani waste ohete otakie wahitawaki. Hiani waste wabledi chaki.
How?
Ohete tukashira pe tukile ni walak. Ona ni ukishipia ukihe apetule ha. Otro kahe kohe ha. Na lehan heche tukihe ha. Na oyate wichon takwa ukile wanalaki. Ohete rape tukile. All leaders of our tribes, all leaders of our relation traditional people, all tribal leaders of our people today. Now and I say today, the woke wash ake. I say apetukile. We told anyone in the woke or the wash akwa. Unitila. Ayuka war la kwastorti we are kupite. Take care of our generation. Take care of our unborn generation. Take care of our elders. Take care of our mourners. Take care of our people. Take care of our young people today. Women, young men. Lakota way of life. Take care of our generation of the 562 tribes in the Western Hemisphere. Take care of them so we could all be related together. To bring the unified family. To re-understand our dreams and visions. To relate the message to each other to unify. Bring their world, be part of us. We do not own the land owns us. The buffaloes and the deer and the elk. Today is the day of our time. In the Wasitu way of life. But again, Lakota way of traditional way of life of our descendants' way. Some of us might not speak fluently our Lakota way of life, but thought that we have being a Lakota man, Lakota woman, Lakota young girl and young boy. The day of the child that's in mother's womb, that baby still understand the Lakota way of life, that he will be born. Today, grandfather, bless us to take care of us, our leader of our tribe to unify. These sacred drums of the beautiful sound of the Western Hemisphere. of the oldest music of the world. Our descendants have did this before us. Make things good for us, grandfather. Every day of life when we travel. It was so beautiful. We have a university. Sintegleskautube University, the wisest leaders that had organized this. Then and now. Then and now. Hey,
Aho,
Aho.
Lakshay, Pilau Yapalo, Okake, Olo, Ayapki Pilau Yapalo, Latona Yahipikila Petuki, Ehani, Wani to Opa Wazi, Wikshemna Topa, Sama Kesha Gloka, Tukashila, Samskukashila, ki Ska Oyate ki Obleche Iota Kabna, Wola Kotawa, Chaje el Oigwa Pico. Hoyeka apetula ha le you ha uni ukoya pikale tuktogna wola kota kile taku kapi tuktogna oyate ki ni umpikte ki henecha apetukale iwongla kapi unchipi cha yahipe na mechi chopiki wopila unkenichap unchipiktela. Thank you, Lexi Leonard and the drum group. My relatives, today we're going to talk about a document and some other very pertinent issues that surrounds each of us that live on this last piece of our homeland. You know, as I instruct classes here, I'd like to try to encourage my students to get away from that term, reservation. You know, the English definition of that is a place where you put wild animals. We're going to begin this morning with a documentary, but before this, we've all seen this movie that came out some years back, portraying the Lakota way of life, that we had a culture, that we had unity, that we had a social order of life, and it was depicted very well. Today we have Napogmus Najiwi, Dances with Wolves, woman, here, and I'd like to ask her to come up and speak to the students, and this is going to be streamed clear around the world. I just thought, I hope you knew that, Mary. You're going all out every direction around the globe. Please come up and share with us and say a few words to our students and whatever message you bring for us on this day. Thank you.
Wapila Tanka. I'm Mary McDonald, and I'm very honored to be invited into this gathering. 26 years ago, I had the good fortune of coming into your great state and coming into the great region that you have lived on and in and created for a very, very long time. And one of the things that I learned when I was doing the movie Dances with Wolves is that there is a way of thinking, a way of being, a way of living that has a tremendous power and respect to it. And all these years later, through the good fortune of my career that began here, literally, and through some of the incredible devotion of some of my fans, we started to try and raise some money for Sintegleska. And it brought me closer and closer to this moment. Through conversations with Lionel and Kathy Boyd, I decided to come to a Founders Week and see what I could learn and see if I can cultivate a deeper understanding inside of myself as to what it is you are trying to do here and what your vision is for the students and for the future, and to see in my heart if there's some place that I can cultivate my own connection to you. So if you see me running around over the next few days and there's anything at all you want to tell me, or you want to ask me, or you want to show me, I am wide open. I am very, very excited. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary, and welcome to our homeland. I'll ask the drum group to sing us the treaty song of the Ocheti Shakoi, and then I'm going to ask Victor to talk to us a little bit about what he wants to present for our people. So if we can all share and stand and listen to this beautiful song as to who we are as Lakota. Elielo. Tushka.
Yeah.
Ocheti shako hae. Ocheti shako hae. Ocheti shako hae. Ocheti shako hae. Echetola, Wopila, Tuska, Hokaki, Pila Oyapala. A beautiful song that talks about who we are as the Ocheti Shakoe and our way of life that shields us. And what we say is the way it's going to be for our people. We are going to present to you a documentary that I want Victor to step forward and to talk to you about. You know, in this institution here, and in our Lakota Studies Department, in Victor's classes, Sam's, Francis's class, myself, we talk about these things. Those of you who have had my classes are in them now. I talk to you about processing through a grieving cycle and looking back as to what had happened to us. It's hard to look back in our history and to identify many of these very significant losses of our people, but we have to. The last couple of days I've been talking about how we have gotten stuck in a rut. We've lost a portion of our identity as the Ocheti Shakoe. We're turning to denial, turning to anger, resentment, turning to alcohol, drugs, suicide. We're hurting our own selves by what has been taught to us. Yesterday in education, they said, what would you do for these educators? What do you want these educators to do? I says, make it a mandatory clause that all of our educators read the book, Lies My Teacher Told Me. It's a powerful book about what has happened to the native peoples of this continent and to others. So right now I'm going to ask Victor to step forward and share a few words with you. And we're going to dim the lights and please watch this documentary and process it through your heart, through your mind, and stay and share with us how this makes you feel. We're going to ask some pertinent questions about this treaty. Now, what does this treaty mean to me? What can I do? What is my responsibility as a tribal member to this treaty? And how can the treaty help me? And this government, this IRA government that we are under. Many things to talk and discuss, because they are all about you. So we're talking about you. Victor, will you come forward, please, and share with us and begin this documentary?
It's been over about 600 years ago when the Europeans first came to the Americas. At that time, our tribe controlled 1 billion acres of land. now 550 tribes across country own less than 100 million. Our tribe at one time controlled over 100 million acres of land, the Ochete Shakui. Today, we control less than 10 or 11 million, all because of this doctrine of discovery. As Dwayne said, I've been tackling this issue since 1970 when we was teaching courses on the American Indian history. I first took this in college, and when they presented the textbook, I was wondering who owned this land before the Washitus came. And that kind of got me in trouble when I was going and taking those courses. But had the opportunity to begin to research all that and finally come up with some of the things that we do in the courses. And what this document does, it tells of how all these things come together. Something that our people have never approached, never really essentially took part in. About a year and a half ago, Sheldon Wolfchild came to me, presented a promo copy, and he wanted us to do something about this. I think last year on a Founders Day we showed this, but I think only about 3 or 4 came because they had a lot of technical difficulties in trying to get this thing off the ground. Now today, the new version has come out. There's still some glitches in there, but it tells the story of how not only did lives are lost, but also these acres of lands that we have lost during that time. So throughout, reflecting on this, I began to realize that this is something that we never really come to grips with. We've been all these side issues that have come across with regard to other issues, health, education, government. All those were addressed, but the key or the core of the problem is to get over the hump of understanding the doctrine of discovery. It's a well-documented one. And a lot of lawyers got together, especially Indian lawyers and Lakota lawyers that sat down and kind of went through this. So in the end, you see a lot of credits in there, which is a lot of research that was done into this. But again, this is a lot of unknowns in there that we didn't know how to address. But for the first time now, you begin to realize that a lot of the things that went on was done in legal courts. Sheldon lost a lot of these cases in the Shakopee case. And he came to the conclusion, like we've already done, that it's colonial courts that are still operating the court system, where it's meant that we lose all the time in this system. So I believe this is a good documentation, and more will come with regard to this idea of this doctrine of discovery it's really based on religion, Christianity versus spirituality among the tribal members. And what they did is twisted this concept where they separated church and the state, and included internet separation. In 1928, they passed a law rehashing the separation of church and state, where they disallowed St. Francis Indian School to receive federal funds because of this idea of church and state. That really impacted me going to college. When I went to Regis College in Denver, it was a religious school, which a BIA could not fund. So I was cut out from funds. I had to go out and work, out in the area to get enough money for tuition. I went everywhere trying to get funding, but after 2 years of battling that, it ended with me being drafted into the military. But I look upon these days and find that that what I went through, all the Native Americans went through. And we must be mindful that this idea of doctrine discovery is behind all that. It kind of, when I look back on this, when segments of this these things are shown in this documentary, it kind of reminds me of the early class I was struggling with when I was putting it together. The idea of how did they come about owning the land and take it to the court and they would win. And it's kind of mixture of Christian thought where they're gonna be talking about, where Columbus came to the New World, landed on the island, took his sword out, and blessed it, made a cross sign, and then discovered this in the name of the king, Ferdinand and Queen Isabella. So in the documentary, it's going to explain this, how this happened. It was a ceremony, a simple ceremony that the Catholic Church did, in which they would allow this, where they would take the sword, which represented the cross, and waved it on the land they discovered. And what they did was to discover in the name of God, the name of the divine rights of the kings. And then the land will be blessed, and then given a name, and then the tribes will also be blessed. So it was kind of recruitment of baptizing. I also ran across another one, which was the use of Indian land and why the Europeans had the upper hand in getting it, which is the use of land. They'll talk about that in the film. It's Emmerich Vattel was in a legal system where he's able to package that together, and the document he set forth is what all the people, the higher government systems, the sovereign nations, all accepted that as legitimate. When they discovered land, when they declared as a part of the doctrine of discovery ceremony, it became theirs. So the film is going to kind of show how all the legal terms all go back to the original word, Latin, and how these terms became part of the legal system that we know today. And Sheldon told me that when he's taken the Shakopee case to court, he did it 3 times. The first was the Shakopee, which he won. The second time is when he tried because he lost that case, he wanted to examine sacred sites in Minnesota. And in some of the laws, that when the tribes had sacred sites, they would revert back to tribes. So he thought he'd do that. There's enough in there to get a lot of trust land, convert trust land. So when he went through the process, he lost at every turn in the legal system. So now what he wanted to do is to go back to the doctrine of discovery and show how it started, and how if he could go to the Pope with the full support of the 550 different tribes and other people that come aboard, that hopefully the Pope will revoke this doctrine of discovery. And what that'll do is kind of give us a legal plane, eliminate all the obstacles with regard to us bringing them to court. And a lot of the things that in the legal system, we have one term called res judicata, which means they heard the case, they cannot hear it again. In other terms that were on there. So this again, I saw this about 3 or 4 times, and it began to see that there's some merit to what this documentary says. It's something that we should all get behind. It's something that we should support, and also provide more documentation. And eventually, it's hopeful that if the movement starts in the right direction, we'll be able to take the case to the Pope. He's already heard that before, the different Pope, but this Pope is pretty liberal and able to see things that are wronged, and he would try to rewrite the history. So it's hopeful that we'll do it that way. And we'll be able to get, maybe look at the Black Hills, once again, the Black Hills case that we're able to bring forward, back up. It's pretty well dead, the case. It's, the only thing left in there is the escrow of the monies, over $1 billion. And it could never be taken to court again because the Supreme Court already went through it. So now it's in the political field, and it can be changed by Congress or by executive order. And these are the things that, once you view this thing, the treaty peoples can look at it and maybe work with this doctrine of discovery, and also look at other cases like the education, health, and commonwealth of our people, which is all in the treaties. That's why some of these articles that are in there that are in the program, the idea of education, the idea of health, the idea of how many doctors do we need? 100 per person? How many teachers, qualified teachers do we need? 40 for every 40 children. It's in the articles there, but the articles have to be, we have to look for them where they are in the BI system, or the BI, the way in their operations. They expand in the way the BI manages them. So it's in there. All we have to do is get the documents and see what they did with it. And so we're having so much problems today with health and education that we have to begin somewhere. We have to start looking at the welfare of our people, and bring the Treaty Council to the forefront so they can sit on top of this and run these things. Because the government system is unable to handle these because they're deeply involved in the needs of the people. And oftentimes it's not run right. So we have to have an overhead system that can oversee these and be able to connect with the people and be able to change a lot of these systems and begin to move these things where our people can get the most out of health. Just recently, I took a grandchild to the hospital. He got bitten by insect, his leg swelled up, about 7 months old. We finally took to the hospital. They took one look at it, and the baby is now in Sioux Falls. It's $1 million outfit there, yet we're unable to treat our own people here. We don't have no surgical doctors based here to do all these things. So the Rosebud Hospital is nothing more than a gigantic referral services that we must change. And we must equip this system with doctors that we need desperately. Education is another one, that when provisions of the treaty were in the 1868 document, also the 1877 Act, we set up schools like at Whetstone, which in there defines clearly how the amount of money should be in there. And also another document that we have to scrutinize is the 1921 Snyder Act, which gave us, the tribes, a line item budget in the system, whereas they did not have it before. So anybody can get up and debate on the budget. But this reduced the debate only if it's in the system, the line item. And they nearly got rid of the BIE then. We got that document, and that'll be part of what we'll be presenting as time goes, expand on that and see what happened to that. So with this, I'd like to kind of now focus on what's going to be presented now, and I hope you pay attention for the students taking notes and go through them. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and have the document of the Doctrine of Discovery shown. So.
existence means something. It especially means something in the face of systems of domination and dehumanization. The starting point for all of our original nations and peoples, including our sacred sites and significant and ceremonial places, is our free and independent existence, extending back to the beginning of time through our oral histories and our oral traditions. That free and independent existence means something. It especially means something in the face of systems of domination and dehumanization that were brought here by the monarchies of Christendom in the 15th and 16th and later centuries. What we're going to be examining is the doctrine of discovery, or the doctrine of Christian discovery. The story of the doctrine of Christian discovery is a story of the doctrine of Christian domination and dehumanization. That doctrine is found in documents issued by popes in the Vatican during the 15th century, which declared war on the non-Christian world and instructed Christians to invade, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens, pagans, and other enemies of Christ, to reduce them to perpetual slavery, and to take away all their possessions and property. If that's part of the Christian message, and by us speaking against that somehow makes us anti-Christ because we're against the domination and dehumanization system, then what does that say about Christianity? But if the domination and dehumanization system is not something that Christians and other people believe in or subscribe to, then they should join us in working to abolish and disestablish the system that has resulted in the dehumanization of original nations and peoples throughout the planet and continues to do so to this day.
In June of 1864, a U.S. Senate debate was held concerning the extraordinary amount of money needed to implement U.S. Indian policies. What began as a debate on money matters evolved into a heated debate on the U.S. government's relationship to the Native American nations.
The whole relation between the Indian tribes and the United States is the most ridiculous possible. And I hope someday or other, a gentleman familiar with the subject will bring in a bill abolishing the whole system. I believe the very worst enemies to these people, in many cases, are the men that the government of the United States employs as agents to protect them. Our white people constantly encroach on them and do them great wrong. It's the duty of the United States to protect them.
This glorification of the Indian character and the poetic tale of his wrongs inflicted by this government in the purchase of their lands is a phantom of the poetic brain. We have paid to these Indians and invested for their benefit millions in money, and have thus brought to their doors all the arts of a Christian civilization. If they refuse to merge into and become part of the superior race, they must necessarily be destroyed. It is a law of humanity.
We are a different race. It is not that the government has inflicted wrong. It grows out of the case itself, the contact of the two races side by side upon the frontiers of Christian civilization. God, in his providence, is giving this continent to millions of human beings of higher civilization and leading the advanced guard of human and Christian civilization.
No word is more vague and has permitted the commission of more crimes than that of civilization. The histories of all colonies begins with violence, injustice, and shedding of blood. The result is everywhere the same, the disappearance of the native races, des races sauvages, coming into contact with civilized races. Charles Salomon, 1889, 19th century international law scholar. Pagans in the Promised Land, Decoding the Doctrine of Christian Discovery, Stephen T. Newcomb.
When you look at the quote from Senator Harland of Iowa in the clip that we just saw, and you examine the language, what he says is that if the Indians will not merge themselves into a superior race, they must be necessarily destroyed. That's that part of that genocidal principle. And then he says, it is a law of humanity. When you parse that, what you see is actually two different categories, a category of humanity and those outside of that category. The category of humanity considers itself to be a superior race, and the original nations and peoples of this territory, of this continent, of this hemisphere, they actually are considered to exist within a subhuman or a non-human category. And therefore, through that dehumanization process, there's a presumption of a right of domination. And what has been commonly and typically called the doctrine of discovery is actually the doctrine of domination. And whenever you talk about domination, you have a correlative or a corollary of that. So you have what's above, and then you have what's below. Dr. Luis Rivera Pagan writes the following in his introduction to A Violent Evangelism. Perhaps the main defect of many modern studies of the age, meaning the age of discovery, consists in not recognizing the primacy of the theological discourse in 16th century ideological production. Truly, the Spanish conquerors of the Americas were driven by their quest for God, gold, and glory. But it was the language related to God, theology, that served to rationalize avarice and ambition, not vice versa. It was religion that attempted to sacralize political domination and economic exploitation. One of the things I want to ask you to start out is, how did you come to write the book?
Well, yeah, it was the end of the 90s, the end of the 80s, sorry, the end of the 80s. And at that moment, under the leadership of Spain, in all countries of Latin America, there were established committees for the celebration of the 500 years of the discovery of America. And I was concerned about the emphasis on discovery. Because discovery is always a nice word. It's good to discover something, see? But sometimes the concept of discovery can be used to occlude, to take out of the sight of people what was happening under the concept of discovery. And I was convinced that at the end of the 15th century and at the beginning of the 16th century, theological issues were important. Because the main reason that was given by Spain, by the Pope at that time, to consolidate the sovereignty of Spain over this island first and over the rest of this vast continent, was to convert and to Christianize the natives. So therefore, one had to take seriously the matters of religion and theological issues in that process. Right now, in our time, when we think about spreading the gospel or doing missionary work, we think about churches preaching. But at the end of the 15th century, they also had the conception of a Christian nation. defending the faith or spreading the faith not only by preaching. That's why, for example, when the Pope Alexander VI in May of 1493 decreed those lands were to be possessed by the Kingdom of Castile perpetually, he mentioned that King Fernando and Queen Isabel had done a great thing for Christendom, namely have eliminated, the Pope says, the tyranny of the Saracens infidels. So that the idea that the gospel could be spread by means of war, by means of weapons, was not necessarily a bad idea in the 15th century and the 16th century.
Domination, the language of the papal bulls.
The theme of domination is found in various Vatican documents from the 15th century. For example, in the papal bull of May 4th of 1493, Pope Alexander VI says that it is pleasing to the divine majesty that barbarous nations be subjugated. The Latin word is deprimentur, which means to reduce, to cast down or press down, to hold down, and it also states that it is pleasing to the divine majesty for the Christian empire to be propagated. Pope Alexander VI stated, "We trust in him from whom empires and dominations and all good things proceed." The Holy See of the Catholic Church issued many such documents even before 1493. For example, in 1452, Pope Nicholas V issued a directive to King Alfonso of Portugal to go to the western coast of Africa and to invade, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens, pagans, and other enemies of Christ, to reduce their persons to perpetual slavery, and to take away all their possessions and property. That directive was reissued in 1455, 1456, 1481, 1493, 1506, and 1514. So why was the document called a bull? It had to do with the fact that the document was sealed with wax, and that wax was imprinted with the papal ring and the insignia of the Holy See. From that wax was hung a red silken thread, and at the end of the red thread was a lead ball, and the Latin word for ball is bulla. What these documents demonstrate, though, in terms of the language that was used, is the pattern or the paradigm of domination and dehumanization. And this is very clear by looking closely at the kind of language that was used in those documents. They go back to a root word, domo, in Latin, which is a very unusual and obscure word. And it has 7 main meanings: to subjugate, to subdue, to force into subservience, to tame, to domesticate, to cultivate, and to till. To cultivate in Latin is colere, which means to colonize or design. When you take the root of colonize, you have colon, which is the digestive tract of the body politic that is coming in invasively into the lands and territories of indigenous nations and peoples. And that colonizing, digesting activity makes that predator body politic a devouring, consuming body that's coming in invasively on top of the original nations and peoples.
Organic laws.
So when we take the history of these documents that I'm talking about, the papal documents, and we look at how they influence and inform U.S. law, then it's fascinating. There's a book from 1877 called Federal and State Constitutions, Colonial Charters, and Other Organic Laws of the United States. And in that book, it takes each and every one of the states existing in 1877. By the way, the book was published by the U.S. Government Printing Office. But it takes each of those states and it traces the originating documents back to their earliest origins. So in the case of Florida, as an example, The originating documents for the current state of Florida are the prerogatives granted to Columbus by the King and Queen of Spain in 1492 and the Papal Bull of 1493. Only in Latin, by the way. It's not even published in English in that book. And then when you trace that forward, what you find is that all of the states in the South and the Southwest, such as Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California, Nevada, Utah, Colorado, Idaho, sections of Idaho, they trace back to that same origin. Anywhere that the Spanish crown claimed rights of discovery and domination from the earliest times, that still continues to today. And the United States is considered to be the successor country to the prerogatives granted to Columbus and to the Papal Bull of 1493. So that's the actual organic law of the United States in those areas. But it is even more extensive than that, because it turns out that because Spain had possession of what was called the Louisiana Purchase Territory, the Louisiana Colony, from the period of around 1763 until 1803, that Spanish Crown law also is considered to be part of the organic law of the entire Louisiana Purchase Territory.
Theology and legal pretensions.
In the 1823 legal decision Johnson and Graham's-Lessee versus McIntosh, the U.S. Supreme Court used the doctrine of discovery to define Indian land title in the legal system of the United States. On the discovery of this immense continent, the great nations of Europe were eager to appropriate to themselves so much of it as they could respectively acquire. Its vast extent offered an ample field to the ambition and enterprise of all, and the character and religion of its inhabitants afforded an apology for considering them as a people over whom the superior genius of Europe might claim an ascendancy. The potentates of the Old World found no difficulty in convincing themselves that they made ample compensation to the inhabitants of the New by bestowing on them civilization and Christianity in exchange for unlimited independence. But as they were all in pursuit of nearly the same object, it was necessary, in order to avoid conflicting settlements and consequent war with each other, to establish a principle which all should acknowledge as the law, by which the right of acquisition, which they all asserted, should be regulated as between themselves. This principle was that discovery gave title to the government by whose subjects or by whose authority it was made against all other European governments.
While the different nations of Europe respected the rights of the natives as occupants, they asserted the ultimate dominion to be in themselves, and claimed and exercised as a consequence of this ultimate dominion a power to grant the soil while yet in possession of the natives.
In his book, New Worlds for Old, William Brandon said the following: "Political power grown from property, dominium, was in effect domination."
These grants have been understood by all to convey a title to the grantees, subject only to the Indian right of occupancy. Johnson versus McIntosh, 1823. Reaffirming the doctrine of discovery.
In August of 1935, a commission was established by Congress by joint resolution. The commission was established to commemorate and celebrate the 150th anniversary of the United States Constitution. As a result of that commission's work, a book was published in 1937 entitled The Story of the Constitution. And it was primarily authored by Saul Bloom, a New York congressman. In the opening of that particular book, we find Part 1, Origin of the United States, Chapter 1, Discovery, Title to the Soil. And it says, King Henry VII of England turned a cold shoulder upon Christopher Columbus when he asked for financial aid in undertaking a highly speculative voyage in search of India by sailing westward from Europe. But Henry VII, a keen and enterprising monarch, quickly realized the importance of Columbus's discovery, and in 1496 commissioned John Cabot to go out and discover countries then unknown to Christian people, and take possession of them in the name of the English king. According to the book, Cabot made 2 voyages, and by 1498 had sailed along what is now the coast of the United States and claimed it for England. By tacit agreement, the European sovereigns rested their respective claims upon priority of discovery. The natives were regarded as heathens, possessing no rights of sovereignty. So here you have the acknowledgement by the United States government and a commission that was chaired by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, acknowledging the right of discovery that Chief Justice Marshall said in Johnson versus McIntosh in 1823 was confined to countries then unknown to Christian people, which means the countries that were inhabited by unbaptized nations and peoples of the planet. In the U.S. Supreme Court in 1954, there was a case that had reached the Supreme Court called Tehitan Indians versus the United States. And in that particular case, it had to do with timber in the Tongass National Forest and given to a particular logging company by the Department of the Interior. And the Tehitan Indians sued for compensation, saying that their timber had been taken from them without a right on the part of the United States. The U.S. Justice Department sent a legal brief to the U.S. Supreme Court in that case. And the main argument of the Justice Department was the Christian nations of Europe having located and discovered the lands of heathens and infidels. And the U.S. Justice Department also cited Genesis 1:28 and the book of Psalms and the Old Testament.
And God blessed them, and God said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth and subdue it and dominate the fish of the sea and the birds of the sky and every animal that creeps on earth.
And use that and this reasoning about Christians and non-Christians as the basis of its legal argument in Tehitan. In the following year, 1955, the majority decision in Tehitan was written by Justice Stanley Reed. And Stanley Reed had written a dissenting opinion in an earlier case called Alcee Band of Tillamook's. And in that particular case, Stanley Reed said that the theory put forward in the Johnson ruling was that discovery by Christian nations gave them sovereignty over and title to the lands discovered. He used that exact same reasoning in the Tehitan ruling of 1955. And so when you look at that, you'll see that he cites to the chapter in Henry Wheaton's Elements of International Law. According to the European ideas of that age, the heathen nations of the other quarters of the globe were the lawful spoil and prey of their civilized conquerors. He further said, it thus became a maxim of policy and of law that the right of the native Indians was subordinate to that of the first Christian discoverer, whose paramount claim excluded that of every other civilized nation and gradually extinguished that of the natives.
United States Court of Appeals, Ninth Circuit, San Francisco, California.
On August 27, 2014, a 3-judge panel of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals in San Francisco demonstrated a contemporary application of the doctrine of discovery and the Johnson versus McIntosh decision. They did so in a case regarding the Kumeyaay Nation ancestral remains in California. In its decision, in White versus the University of California, the Ninth Circuit panel said that the Kumeyaay Nation has only an aboriginal interest in the lands it occupies. As the court stated, aboriginal interest in the land generally is described as a tribe's right to occupy the land. It is not a property right, but amounts to a right of occupancy, which the sovereign grants and protects against intrusion by third parties. Teton, Indians versus United States, 1955. That right, which is residual in nature, comes from the legal theory that discovery and conquest gave conquerors the right to own the land, but did not disturb their tribe's right to occupy it. As recently as 2005, the United States Supreme Court applied the doctrine of discovery in footnote number 1 in the case City of Sherrill versus Oneida Indian Nation of New York, written by Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Under the doctrine of discovery, fee title to the land occupied by Indians when the colonists arrived became vested in the sovereign. First, the discovering European nation, and later, the original states, and the United States. This language from the U.S. courts raises the question: when will the United States stop using the doctrine of Christian discovery and domination against our original free nations and peoples?
And so this is the system that we're up against as our original nations and peoples. The Canadian system has also used Johnson versus McIntosh as a legal precedent. And the entire history of the Papal Bulls, of the Charters of England, the Charters of France, and all the rest of it applies directly to the context of Canada and forms the context for the Idle No More movement that's going on right now, and all of the issues that are pertaining to the First Nations and the original nations and peoples of that part of Great Turtle Island. That domination and dehumanization system continues to be used against original nations and peoples on every continent and region of the planet. There's a book I have here, The Caribbean as Columbus Saw It, by Rear Admiral Samuel Eliot Morrison. And
Who was an admirer of Columbus, yeah.
Yes, and Mauricio Obregon. And there's an interesting section in here. It's talking about Columbus arriving at the first, in what they named San Salvador, the island of Guanahani. And so the authors give this account. And it says that Columbus drew his sword and pointed it toward heaven, cried out, quote, "I hereby take possession of this island, to which I give the name San Salvador in the name of the king and queen, my mighty sovereigns."
It's a liturgical ceremony.
It's a liturgical ceremony,
yeah.
which means a religious.
Yeah, it is. It's a matter of the sword and the cross.
Okay.
He's devoting San Salvador,
Yes.
to the Savior.
Yes.
See? What he's doing is really baptizing the islands.
And so this idea of also baptizing the lands and the territories of the original nations and peoples is very key to understanding the nature of the story.
Yeah, the first to be baptized is the island, and then later on the natives, and which means also giving them
Right.
a Christian name.
So they come ashore with the royal standards, which they put into
And
the
the cross.
soil, and the cross, but also the sword, which is also the symbol of a cross,
Yeah.
with the handle and so forth, and the blade. And then the way in which they proceed is to lay claim or to say they have taken possession. All right? So when you have people existing or peoples existing in a place for countless generations, and someone else comes and claims possession of that, then it seems to me that that in and of itself is an act of domination.
It is. It is absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Nullus, unbaptized nations and peoples.
There's a very unusual term that I came across in my research. It was identified by Francis Lieber, who was the first political scientist of the United States. And when he looked back at the history, he said that there was a term that he called terra nullis. Nullus meant a heathen, pagan, infidel, or unbaptized person. So lands that were inhabited by non-Christians, those who were unbaptized, had no right to an original free and independent existence, that is, free and independent of Christian domination. Any Christian ruler that was able to identify and locate those lands had the right to go in there and exert a territorial domination in relation to those lands. And that's the basis upon which the U.S. federal Indian law system was developed.
There is in my book a long section about the discussion of whether those native people, are they truly human? Are they truly rational? Can they govern themselves? The idea of Aristotle that barbarians do not have the kind of culture and rationality that the civilized people like the Greeks was very common. Some Spaniards will look at the Native Americans and will say, hey, they are barbarians. They are barbarians. The difference is that Aristotle did not want to convert the barbarians to any kind of religion. No? So that in Spain there was a problem. Yeah, they are barbarians, but they seem also to be human. They seem to be also descendant of Adam and Eve, and therefore we have the commission to convert them. Now, to convert them does not necessarily mean to bring them to our own level, because they are barbarians. That doesn't mean they don't have a place in society. Yes, they have their place in society. They have to work. I mean, who's going to do the work in the mines or in the fields or in here and there? Somebody has to do the work. That's their role in history. That's their role in society. We have to convert them, but they will be converted barbarians, and they will keep working. We have also to take precautions. I mean, we have to impose a system of domination that might keep those people at the place.
Yes.
Because if we show any kind of weakness, they will rebel.
Yeah.
Which is always the problem of any society that has servants or slaves.
So there's a key element here. Not only are they barbarians, as seen by the Spaniards, but also they are unconverted barbarians. So they're unbaptized barbarians. But they never cease to be barbarians. They only become converted barbarians, meaning baptized barbarians. Now, it's my contention that the use of the word human is a very specialized category. In other words, when they use the word human, they don't mean just any Homo sapiens. They don't mean the broad category of human beings in the general sense. They mean a very specific type of human, which is from the Greco-Roman trajectory of history. So it's the Greek, Roman civilization and everything that follows from that. That's what they mean by the term human. Would you say that's...
Oh yeah. That's the tradition of the humanities.
Yes.
Because the humanities always referred to the Greco-Roman civilization, right, and some elements of the Bible.
Yes.
Especially those parts of the Bible that were written in Greek. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you know, I was saying that some people say those are barbarians. But other Spaniards will use other term.
Okay.
Beast.
Ah, yes. Bestias.
Bestias.
Yes. One of the most interesting periods of time that I found is something called, in Roman history, called the Dominate. the dominate. And I asked a Latin scholar, how would you translate the dominate in English? And he said, everything under domination. You could reverse that and say domination over everything. And either way in which you frame it, it's still the domination-subordination system. That's the dimension of the language that people have not understood and that we're trying to reveal at this time. That's what's behind what was been called the doctrine of discovery. It's really the doctrine of dominance or the doctrine of domination. And it's about time that this was revealed to the world.
Genocide and the effects of intergenerational trauma.
According to Sherburne Cook and Woodrow Bora, the Mexican native population was reduced from about 25.2 million in 1518 to 1.37 million in 1595. What I found in my research is one of the reasons, for example, for the many suicides and for many depression, is that element of we used to live here and suddenly this is not ours. Suddenly our religious beliefs are stupid and false. An invasion by a guy called the devil, Satan, and everything we have believed and done is mistaken. From now on, they are our owners and they tell us how to live. There are testimonies of extreme depression that will go either through the way of suicide or desperate
Infanticide,
infanticide even,
yes,
or desperate insurrection.
yes.
It's, kill me, but I am not going to live this way. But that absolute devaluation, yes, of one's being, yes, and one's history. There is a Franciscan in Mexico in the middle of the 16th century, Bernardino de Sahagún. He wanted to write a history of the customs and ideas and cultures and religiosity of the Mexican Native Americans. And he begins to ask the old people, the ancianos, the elders, who still have the memory. And then the elders tell Sahagún how it was. And on one moment, Sahagún has a brief section in the middle of the book saying, oh my God, what have we done? When he discovered that there was a civilization, and there was art, there was culture, there were deeds of strength and resistance and dignity, and suddenly, what have we done to these people?
We maintain that the principle declared in the 15th century as the law of Christendom, that discovery gave title to assert sovereignty over and to govern the unconverted, has been recognized as part of the national law, the law of nations for nearly 4 centuries, and that it is now recognized by every Christian power in its political department and its judicial.
If they refuse to merge into and become part of the superior race, they must necessarily be destroyed. It is a law of humanity.
Now, I think of this Western Hemisphere, all of it, as the domain of, as Churchill described it, from this hemisphere, Western Christendom. The foundation of Western civilization, Judeo-Christianity, the values that come from the Old and New Testament, the values that Christopher Columbus brought here across the ocean, and that great footprint of the moral values and the ethics that are emerged as part of our Old Testament values, our New Testament values, the idea of the Protestant work ethic and turning the other cheek and building a civilization, a society to provide the best opportunity for salvation, to glorify God and our country, and understand, as our founding fathers understood, that our rights do come from God, and to promote that. The full-throated Americanism as the leaders of the free world, of Western Christendom, has not been asserted strongly enough in this hemisphere, and is certainly not strong enough in other hemispheres, Mr. Speaker.
Bartolomé de las Casas, A Brief Account of the Destruction of the Indies, 1552.
What I'm about to read comes from a book by Bartolomé de las Casas, who was a Dominican priest in the Caribbean. He started out as an encomendero during the time of the conquistadors, which means he was given a grant of land and Indians. But he was so disgusted with the genocidal treatment of the Indian peoples that he became a priest and a bishop of Guatemala, and one of the most powerful advocates for the rights of the Indian peoples. In this particular passage, this has to do with the island of Hispaniola. The Christians, with their horses and swords and lances, began to slaughter and practice strange cruelty among them. They penetrated into the country and spared neither children nor the aged, nor pregnant women, nor those in child labor, all of whom they ran through the body and lacerated, as though they were assaulting so many lambs herded into their sheepfold. They made bets as to who would split a man in two, or cut off his head at one blow, or they opened up his bowels. They tore the babes from their mother's breast by the feet and dashed their heads against the rocks. Others they seized by the shoulders and threw into the rivers, laughing and joking. And when they fell into the water, they exclaimed, "Boil, body of so-and-so." They spitted the bodies of other babes together with their mothers and all who were before them on their swords. They made a gallows just high enough for the feet to nearly touch the ground, and by 13s, in honor and reverence of our Redeemer, meaning Jesus, and the 12 apostles, they put wood underneath, and with fire they burned the Indians alive. They cut off the hands of all they wished to take alive, and made them carry them fastened onto them, and said, "Go and carry letters." That is, take the news to those who have fled to the mountains.
Less than 100 years after the events witnessed by Las Casas on the island of Hispaniola, similar genocidal acts were carried out on the Lenape people near Fort Amsterdam on Manhattan Island in 1643.
This is a first-person account of a Dutchman who was present on the island of Manhattan when a massacre of Lenape Indians took place. The location is now where the American Indian Museum is, in that area of Lower Manhattan. And it took place on February 25th of 1643. The witness was a man named De Vries. The governor, William Kieft, had vowed to force the Lenapes into submission. He had imposed a tax that the Lenape were refusing to pay. De Vries was staying at the governor's place at the fort, and he said, "I remained that night at the governor's sitting up, and I went and sat by the kitchen fire. When around midnight I heard a great shrieking, and I ran to the ramparts of the fort and looked over to Pavonia, saw nothing but firing, and heard the shrieks of the savages murdered in their sleep. When it was day, the soldiers returned to the fort, having massacred or murdered 80 Indians, and considering they had done a deed of Roman valor in murdering so many in their sleep, where infants were torn from their mothers' breasts and hacked to pieces in the presence of their parents, and the pieces thrown into the fire and in the water, and other sucklings, being bound to small boards, were cut, stuck, and pierced, and miserably massacred in a manner to move a heart of stone. Some were thrown into the river, and when the fathers and mothers endeavored to save them, the soldiers would not let them come on land, but made both parents and children drown. Children from 5 to 6 years of age, and also some old and decrepit persons. Those who fled from this onslaught and concealed themselves in the neighboring sedge, and when it was morning came out to beg a piece of bread and to be permitted to warm themselves, were murdered in cold blood and tossed into the fire or the water. Some came to our people in the country with their hands, and some with their legs cut off, and some holding their entrails in their arms, and other had such horrible cuts and gashes that worse than they could never happen. At a plantation on Curler's Hook on Manhattan, 30 more Indians were similarly massacred that same night. That's the domination that I'm talking about. Those horrendous acts that were committed against so many innocent people that had done nothing wrong.
The largest mass execution in U.S. history occurred in Minnesota on December 26, 1862.
Medicine Bottle, Little Six. 3 years later, on November 11, 1865. Fort Snelling, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
What happened to the Dakota Nation and the tragic hanging of the 38 plus 2 Dakota men in 1862 and 1865 was a direct outgrowth of the doctrine of Christian discovery and domination.
It was the beginning of the Sioux land wars of the 1800s, which culminated in the 1890 massacre at Wounded Knee.
My friend Virgil Killstraight from the Oglala Lakota Nation, he has taught me that the 7 laws in English are expressed as honor and respect, compassion and pity, sharing and caring, or to carry the welfare of the people in your heart.
For us, the 7 laws are very simple. The first law is Wachanta Winake, which basically means to carry the welfare of the people in your heart. The second law is Wowa Onshila, to have pity and compassion for all living things. So the third law is Wawoyu Oniha, which is to have respect and honor those things that we respect, everything that moves, they say.
The massacre at Wounded Knee was the culmination of 19th century manifest destiny.
The fourth law is Wachintchaka. Wachintchaka means to have a great mind.
425 women, children, and men died at or as a result of the Wounded Knee massacre.
The fifth law is Woachwala. Woachwala means basically to be humble at all times. The sixth law is Wo'ohitike. Wo'ohitike basically means to be guided by your own principles, to discipline yourself. That way you can be brave and be courageous. And the seventh law is Woksape. Woksape basically means wisdom or understanding. That once we learn about the 6 previous laws, we must live according to them.
The United States government awarded 20 medals of honor to U.S. soldiers who participated in the Wounded Knee massacre. There are ongoing efforts to have the medals rescinded. They welcomed them.
Well, I think the people in Europe have been through wars, and they understood war. The whole families, the whole nations that were developed, and whole nations were killed. Like during the time of Genghis Khan, his whole tribe is 50 miles wide, and when they start moving, they don't go in one row like that. They move this way. Everything in their path for 50 miles wide is beaten or used up or killed. That's the way wars are fought in Europe. The people here are more peaceful, and they exemplify everything that those 7 laws that I talked about, and to give and to share and to help. Columbus experienced that when he made or one of the people with Columbus made a remark about that gold earring that this woman was wearing, how beautiful it was. She took their earring off and gave it to them. That was generosity, so they were welcomed, and they took advantage of it. There's stories after stories about how, even though Thanksgiving, of how the tribe or the nation that had embraced the Pilgrims helped them through, and they were kept alive because they knew the country, and the ones who came across here didn't. Again, they took advantage of that. And as they moved west and into Central America, that's the way it is. They were all welcomed until they started killing people. In the beginning, if that's how it was, they could have stopped them. And if they knew already, at that time, who these people were, they could have killed them all as they set foot on their shores. But instead, they were welcome.
Historical demographers have been uncovering in region upon region post-Columbian depopulation rates of between 90 and 98%, with such regularity that an overall decline of 95% has become a working rule of thumb. What this means is that, on average, for every 20 natives alive at the moment of European contact, when the lands of the Americas teemed with tens of millions of people, only one stood in their place when the bloodbath was over.
David E. Stannard, American Holocaust, 1992.
Indians of the Americas was published by John Collier in 1947. Collier was the Commissioner of Indian Affairs from 1933 to 1945. Chapter 1 is the American Indian and the Long Hope, and it opens like this. They had what the world has lost. They have it now. What the world has lost, the world must have again, lest it die. Not many years are left to have or have not, to recapture the lost ingredient. This is not merely a passing reference to World War III or the atom bomb, although the reference includes these ways of death too. These deaths will mean the end if they come, racial death, self-inflicted, because we have lost the way and the power to live is dead. What in our human world is this power to live? It is the ancient lost reverence and passion for human personality, joined with the ancient lost reverence and passion for the earth and its web of life. This indivisible reverence and passion is what the American Indians almost universally had, and representative groups of them have it still. They had and have this power for living, which our modern world has lost, as worldview and self-view, as tradition and institution. By virtue of this power, the densely populated Inca state, by universal agreement among its people, made the conservation and increase of the earth's resources its fundamental national policy. Never before, never since, has a nation done what the Inca state did? If our modern world should be able to capture this power, the Earth's natural resources and web of life would not be irrevocably wasted within the 20th century, which is the prospect now. True democracy, founded in neighborhoods and reaching over the world, would become the realized heaven on earth, and living peace, not just an interlude between wars, would be born and would last through ages.
Tecumseh.
This is a quote from Tecumseh, our great leader of the Shawnee people, Shawnee Nation. And it resonates with me because it's very profound in its wisdom. Love your life, perfect your life, beautify all things in your life, seek to make your life long and its purpose the service of your people. Prepare a noble death song for the day when you go over the great divide. Always give a word of salute when meeting or passing a friend, or even a stranger when in a lonely place. Show respect to all people and grovel to none. When you arise in the morning, give thanks for the food and for the joy of living. If you see no reason for giving thanks, the fault lies only with yourself. Abuse no one and nothing, for abuse turns the wise ones into fools and robs the spirit of its vision. And I think that's more of the kind of traditional thinking and the traditional teachings that we have as an alternative to the domination-subordination system.
In 1992, Stephen Newcomb and Virgil Killstraight founded the Indigenous Law Institute and began a global campaign which called upon Pope John Paul II to formally revoke the papal edict of May 4, 1493. That campaign continues, and it continues to gain new supporters throughout the world. In memoriam, a quote by the late Dakota Nakota visionary scholar and theologian, Vine Deloria Jr.
The doctrine of discovery has never been disclaimed, either by the governments of the Christian nations of the world or by the leaders of the Christian churches of the world. And this is my final question to you. At what point can we as peoples of creation look to Christianity to demand from the political structure of the world our dignity as human beings? At what point can we become men and not mere appendages of the Christian doctrine of discovery? We invite you to support us in ending the domination system. Revoke the papal bulls, all our relations.
Lights, thank you. Oya mitako epi. Itoa pi skashkan walakapi. Let tuktogna chante yani prapi seche. Ish tuktogna wiluk chapi seche. Chogna wajikti ogna oyuga wajilu hapseche. Ish ogna tako. Nisha e happy a chimpik te seche. My relatives, my young relatives, we have just seen something that I'm sure many of you are not knowing what to think, not knowing what to say. Maybe your heart is a little heavy now when you begin to learn the truth and why are we struggling so hard to be like them when we learn the truth of what has happened and is continuing to happen. I'd like to open the mic at this time to anyone who would like to share. I'm sure you're feeling something. Even if it's dig down into your hearts and say, if you're hurt, let it out. If you're angry, let it out. And we like our Treaty Council members to now also to start thinking about how we're going to address these things in articles that pertain to our health, our education, and in our welfare, in Articles 5, 6, and 7, and Article 12, culminating all of what has been put before us. Where do we go with it? What do we want to do with it? Do we understand it? Are we translating it incorrectly? How can we live with ourselves when we begin to unravel the truth and we sit and do nothing? Continue to let the oppression continue. We are the descendants of those few that remained alive. We are coming back slowly, addressing these issues of what has happened. And we're standing on this treaty and what they promised us. Treaties are made between two sovereign nations. They had to have recognized us as a sovereign nation because they couldn't defeat us. So our great-grandfathers, when they put their marks or their names to that treaty, what did they understand? If you'd like to come forward and share, just raise your hand. We'll have someone bring a mic to you. Share some comments of what you just witnessed. Roger's got a mic stand back there. We'll get a mic back there. Please come forward.
We'd like to introduce the famous leaders of Indian tribe at the beginning of struggling, the Means family. Russell Means family. He had emphasized all the sequence of what happened to our Lakota. Maybe we didn't do enough, but we did lots in one way. Bill Means, the 1868 treaty he had explained. He is with us at this time. I'd like to give him the mic at this time. On behalf of the Lakota tribe, maybe I didn't do enough what I did to white people.
Bill, you want to come up here so the young people can bear witness to you as you speak?
First of all, to comment on the movie that we just saw. It brings out many feelings. Going back to boarding school days, you began to understand the purpose of what is a boarding school, especially if you went to Christian boarding school. I think about all the times that we sacrifice for the church. I remember my mother, she was a strong Christian, but there became a time when we were involved in things like Wounded Knee and other matters. And my mother, she approached the Episcopal Church. She was one of the leaders in the hierarchy of the church. And she asked, because the National Council of Churches during the Civil Rights Movement in the South, under Martin Luther King, they had established what they call civil rights bail bonds. And through the church, she requested that the Bishop of South Dakota allow that money that was established by the National Council of Churches to be used out here in South Dakota to free some of our women and children that were in jail, Rapid City, because of what happened at Wounded Knee. And the Bishop of South Dakota refused her. And so she said at that time, if my son is not good enough for your church, then I will never set foot in your church again. And so from that time on, she began to return to the Sundance ways and the sacred ceremonies of our people. And I think that was a stand on behalf of our family that changed our lives around, because we hadn't participated in ceremonial ways before. But there was always this split in our family of Christian versus traditional. And I began to think of the people I knew growing up, all those who spoke their language in the boarding schools, how they used to look on Sunday. Boy, they have a red cape on, and then a white top. And they even had names that you had to remember. And they all serve Mass, and they serve communion. And then as we grew up, I seen the transformation of our people. When they came out of that dress, out of that uniform of the Christianity, and you began to see them at the Sundance, at the Sweat Lodge. And so I witnessed that in my lifetime, to see the transformation of some of the most, should we say, knowledgeable people of our ceremonial ways. They were forced to put that aside and pick up this Christianity so that their family could survive, so that maybe they get a scholarship to go to school. And I always think to myself, they almost had us. Damn, everybody was going to church, and That one that got me was genuflecting. Jeez. Some of the boys are really good at that. Or they go down, make the sign of the cross. Now you see them, boy, they're out there sundancing and kuchula, man, the powwow, all that. So I witnessed that in my lifetime, to go from Christianity back to the traditional ways. Now, if you go to the churches, there's nothing wrong with Christianity. But we have the right to have our own identity, our own ways as a people. And that's what I witnessed. To see some of my Tahanshi, man, they came a long ways from singing in the choir at St. Francis, at Holy Rosary. And now they're running the Sundance. Now, instead of serving Mass, they serve the people. So we came full circle. And now we're trying to reestablish. So we're kind of a little bit in a period of confusion, I think, because we don't know which way to go. We got tribal government that was established by the Christians. And then we got traditional government that was given to us since creation. But now we have to work together. We can't say one is bad, one is good, because the reality, that's what we have. So we take what we have, and we have to build on it together. Now, during my time of representing the treaty people, which for me started in 1974, I got appointed by Chief Fool's Crow, Matthew King, Chief Kill's Enemy, and a lot of other traditional leaders, treaty people. We had a conference 1974 in Standing Rock. This was right after Wounded Knee. So because of the violent nature of what happened there, some chairmen, some different elected officials, they saw us as the enemy. But the traditional people, they saw us as a voice for them to talk about the treaties, a voice for them to talk about the culture, to talk about Indian schools, to talk about our way of life. And so they asked us to get involved in the treaty rights struggle. Because I remember those early days when my grandpa down at Porcupine, his name was Young Bear. He used to take us to town sometimes when we come back. My parents live in California in my early life, but when we come back, we get to visit different relatives. And so I remember my uncle, Henry Young Bear. He took us to a treaty meeting. And I remember all these old fellas. They have a suitcase, and in there is the documents that come from their family. And so they take those documents out, and they talk all Lakota, no English. So first time I thought it was the United Nations, I learned what a translator. Because Uncle Henry, he spoke broken English, but he'd tell me what they're saying. And so that's where I began to see the value, how important and even how sacred that our people felt that the treaties, they didn't just say it's a piece of paper. When they say treaty, they say it with a reverence. They say it with a hope. They say it with a dream. And so, when I witnessed that, and then these meetings, they start with a prayer, they start with a song, and then they open up. So then when my time came in the 70s, they asked us to put together a treaty conference. And so we went to all different tribes, and of course, like I said, some didn't want no part of it. And we had very little money, but we were able to get a few resources. And here we went to Standing Rock, and they said, we'll let you use our brand new motel. They said, that's how important treaties are to us at Standing Rock. And there's an old man, I'm trying to think of his name now, but I'll think of it soon. He's the one who spoke for us at the council. There was a tribal council that was run by the name of a man by the name of Melvin White Eagle. He was the tribal chair. He welcomed us. He said, let's do this. And so we got together. My cousin was running the United Tribes. And so he helped us get an office and all that in Bismarck. And then we organized this conference. Over 5,000 Indian people came there from all over. They heard about it because the media was strong then. They came from South America. They came from Alaska, from way up on top of the world up there. They came from tip of South America. And it opened up a whole new philosophy, a whole new thought that our people began to embrace what they call the indigenous world. Because when you go outside of America, there's people just like us. They suffered from this movie you saw, that Christianity went all over the world. And so they were part of that. Maybe they're Maoris in New Zealand. Maybe there were Mayans from Guatemala. Maybe they're Quechua from South America. Maybe they're Crees from Canada. Maybe they're even oppressed white people. Yes, there are oppressed white people. In case you didn't know that, we got to know them. Their name is Samis. They come from Northern Europe. And they have the same issues that we have, the mining companies, the pollution, the attachment to the earth. They're people of the earth like us, indigenous. And so we met this whole new world of people at Standing Rock. And they gave us a simple mandate. They said, you go to United Nations, you establish your office, and you work with our treaty. They said, because the treaty is the doorway to United Nations. The treaty represents, as my Tahashi said, it's made between two nations. Not universities, not tribal governments, not labor unions. So, when we have the nations of ancestors, they saw that. And they said, we want to enter into that doorway. We want you to take this treaty. And so
battery's going dead?
how powerful that word treaty is knocked out of life. When you talk about the treaty, it's nation to nation. You have to go back in time of our relation before Pine Ridge, before Rosebud, before Standing Rock. You go way back there, that's when we're nations of people, as you saw in the film. When we first had a contact, they said. And so as we take our journey into this United Nations, these people understood what we're talking about when we say colonialism, when we say missionaries, when we say that one thing that made us different from all other peoples, at Lakota, we never had missionaries. We never tried to make an eagle out of a crow. And so that concept is totally different from what you saw here, that everybody has to live under one dominion of the church. So we took that philosophy that our elders gave us, and we went to United Nations. And we worked there for 30 years to come up with a document that would counteract this policy, this doctrine, they call it. And that is the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And right here in the preamble, it talks about the place of our philosophies, our ways. It says, affirming further that all doctrines, policies, and practices based on or advocating superiority of peoples or individuals on the basis of national origin, racial, religious, ethnic, or cultural differences are racist, scientifically false, legally invalid, morally condemnable, and socially unjust. That's the beginning. That's the preamble of this document. And further, in Article, I believe it's 32, Article 37, it says, indigenous peoples have the right to the recognition, observance, and enforcement of treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements concluded with states or their successors. Remember that word in there? They said America is a successor state to the Spanish crown. And so this is how we use their own language to establish our rights, successors, and to have states honor and respect such treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements. It took 30 years to establish this document because you're dealing with many, many different languages. And so we had to translate each word into many languages to come to an understanding. 30 years of work is in there. And so now here we've come this way for we have a recognition, not as nations, because we're going to have our people step up to the plate. We brought it this far as a non-governmental organization. But now our governments, no matter what they are we call them tribal governments? Are we going to form a national Lakota government like the Ocheti Shakoi? Maybe that's a doorway. Maybe that's the ability of our young people to get involved, to set that goal as we're going to have a government represented at the United Nations, a Lakota national government. That's our goal. That's what Chief Footscrow, that's what the chiefs and headsmen that asked me to go to New York, that was their dream. That was their hope. And so when they sang those songs, some of them never been sung in 100 years, chief songs, they gave us that responsibility. And so we came to this understanding that the work is not done. It's only beginning. How do we open up the minds of the young people to say the Black Hills is not for sale? To say that we have to use our treaty because that's our origin, is the Black Hills. Nobody can take that away. Every piece of humanity has an origin story, and ours is in the Black Hills. The Black Hills means as much to our people as the Vatican means to the Roman Catholic Church, or what Jerusalem means to Christians, Islam, and Jews. That's the status of the Black Hills. That's the status of our spirituality. And so when I bring up these points of the United Nations, it's only the beginning. It's up to this people like here, these young students that's coming in. What is that treaty? How can I help? What can I do to get involved in the international struggle for human rights? Because these mining companies, they don't give up. The pipeline companies, they don't give up. If we won one time, one battle, they'll be back. Just like the cavalry. They kept coming back until we was on a reservation. They kept coming back until we didn't have our own akichitas. We only had the tribal police, all the way from a national fighting force. And so, I thank you for your time. I come here as a representative now of the Oglala Sioux tribe. They asked me to serve on the Treaty Council. And so I see in the future, we can't have this tribal government versus treaty, tribal treaty. We've got to be one to get something done. Whether that's through the legislation, through Congress, that's a good way to educate. That's a good way to get young people involved, get them behind a movement for the Black Hills, for the treaty, is maybe someone takes that up, like we had a Black Hills bill before. But also United Nations. People got to get involved in the United Nations to attend those meetings that are important to the future of our people. And so as one of our great chiefs and headsmen who came from Northwest, I learned about him when I was in college. And his name was Chief Seattle. He had this to say when his people were being rounded up by the cavalry. He said to the generals, he said, tribe follows tribe and nation follows nation. It is like the waves of the sea. It is the order of nature, and regret is useless. He said, your time of decay may be distant, but it will surely come. For even your God, who walked and talked with you, could not escape the common destiny. We may be brothers and sisters after all. We shall see. Itakayasi. Ohechitulu.
Wopila, thank you, Tashi. You know, in the documentary, when it talked about those papal bulls in Virgil Killstreet, in addressing that, in the decades, many times that we were addressed this to the Vatican, to the Pope, because this is where those originally the papal bulls had emerged out of, from the papacy. I too took the stand in the year 2000 in my journey to, although I was denied a number of times because I did not represent, I was not a delegate or an ambassador from a recognized nation. But European countries recognize us as a sovereign nation. They signed documents attesting to this. Because we can still speak our Lakota language. We still have our Lakota spirituality. We still have a traditional form of government that we can rely back on and fall back on. We fit all the criteria to be recognized as a sovereign nation of people. But we understand, because of this doctrine of the discovery, that they will never, ever give us that recognition as a sovereign nation of people. But our fight will continue. I too went to the Vatican after numerous letters of denial coming back. And a man asked me, the many times you've been to Italy, the Vatican knows you're here. They sent me to ask you, what is it that is so important for you to say to His Holiness that you're going to continue to write? I told him that I had a high admiration for this Pope because where he stood on human rights, because I was made an honorary member of Amnesty International and also a member of World Artists for Peace. And I listened to him and I watched him when he went to South Africa, to Cuba, and to South America. And when he spoke to these countries and he asked them to recognize their indigenous peoples, and I asked the man, when will he say something on behalf of the indigenous peoples of North America? He couldn't answer. But 3 days later, he calls me and he says, Wednesday morning, 6 a.m., be at the gates of the Vatican. You're going in. I was allowed 10 minutes with His Holiness. I took him a satin star quilt. I dressed in my regalia as a Lakota person. I didn't bow down to kiss his ring, and I didn't expect him to kiss mine. But I asked him, in this new millennium of 2000, would this be an appropriate time for you and I to sit down and talk about perhaps recalling those papal bulls? His simple answer was, this is our line of work that was decreed by Jesus. I thanked him. I said, I needed to hear it from you. I hear it from churches, I hear it from clergy, I hear it from many people, but I wanted to hear it from you. I said, my heart is happy now, but would you say a special mass for my people? He said he would. I have nothing against Christianity. I believe there was a man named Jesus that walked this earth, but he was given to those people. We, in our creation story that Bill mentioned here, our Genesis tells us that we were the Pte Oyate, following and relying upon the buffalo. But in the creation, as we became overbearing, as we are today, taking too much, taken without respect, taken without giving anything back, creation is upset with us. The signs are being given by Unchimaka all over the earth. She's unhappy with the way life is going today. Tornadoes in Florida, tornadoes in Texas, hurricanes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis. Unchimaka is not happy with us two-leggeds. There was a time in our Genesis that when creation asked, what are we going to do about these two-leggeds? Look at the way they are. Perhaps it would be a better world without these two-leggeds. The four-legged wanted to get rid of us. The plant life says it's not up to them who decides who lives. We have medicine, we have root, we have herbs. The balance was kept. And then from the Buffalo Nation, sending to us the Hinchala Sanwi. From the Buffalo Nation, sending to us the White Buffalo Calf Woman to bring us the Chanupa, to remind us, as they talked about in the documentary there, the vortex of what's on this earth is in the universe. What's in the universe is on this earth. And a very spiritual connection has got to be kept. Those boarding schools, the Western civilization, and this, what you've witnessed here, almost destroyed this circle of life within hierarchy that they talked about. The king of the mountain, number one. And we're falling for it. As he mentioned, Seattle, Chief Seattle, Maithahashi talked about Chief Seattle. Another thing that Chief Seattle said was, whatever we do to this circle of life, we do unto our own selves. We are a part of that circle of life. And those boarding schools. This afternoon, Maithahashi Russell is going to talk about, I want you students to go by, if you haven't already, look at these poster boards over here. Yesterday we had talks about education, what education has done to us. Over here on these poster boards, when they say, kill the Indian and save the man. I have a relative, a hollow horn bear, that is buried out there in Carlisle. I too experienced, I'm one of those few left who still remember those boarding school experiences of the punishments that were imposed upon us. I was a 10-year-old boy in that boarding school system trying to bring a half an apple out of the dining room so I could go to that Saturday night show. But when that priest stood at the door and began to search us boys to see if we were sneaking silverware out of the dining room, he found that apple and became very angry with me. After the boys went to the gymnasium, he took me upstairs to the third floor of the high school boys' dormitory. He went in his room and brought out that big wooden paddle wrapped in adhesive tape. Drop your pants and your underwear. How many am I getting? 50. 50 swats for half an apple. I couldn't sit down or lay on my back. I don't know how long. But I quit carrying that around when I came back to what Tahashi talked about. We are coming back to our Lakota spiritual way of life. When my Tahashi Joe Eagleout put me up there on the hill, and one of those nights I remembered the teachings of that Tahashi and my Lekshi Albert, and when they had to deal with life, I too cried. I too wanted happiness in this world. I wanted to be happy. But how do I find happiness? When we look at this genocide that has been done to us, and what we've done, first we have to forgive yourself. I had to forgive myself and remember and make amends to many people, a lot of things that I'd done to hurt people, to those men I didn't even know because of my actions in Vietnam. I had to ask for forgiveness. And I had to forgive. And I forgave that priest that wailed on me 50 times for half an apple. And I said to him, this is yours now. It's yours. When it's your turn to go, you tell your Creator why you had to use 50 swats on a boy for half an apple. You tell your Creator why. I forgive you. It's yours. I'm not going to live with this the rest of my life. We as Lakota people, we have a way of understanding these things, understanding what this treaty talks about to our grandfathers. They made this treaty because they wanted to preserve these ways of life. These two gentlemen over here, the conflict, Lekshi Leonard, I talked about yesterday, when they almost asked him if he wanted to run, if he thought he could outrun a bullet. He knew it. They wanted to kill him. But he served his time and he came back so that these men did this so that we today can openly stand up and say, I stand on this treaty. I'm going to share something with you that I've been carrying for a long time, and I told it last Friday to the Treaty Council. I came out of that boarding school system. I wasn't old enough to vote, old enough to buy liquor, but I was old enough to carry a weapon to kill another human being. And I was sent to Vietnam. When I came home in the early 70s, my younger brother, he joined Uncle Leonard and AIM. He was supposed to have gone on to college. I said, what are you doing? He said, we're doing things. I said, I know it. I see it. You guys are in the news. He said, you have to join us. I said, I'm in the Army. He said, well, take me to a rally. They're having an AIM rally up at Mother Butler. I went with them, but something shocked me that touched me in a way that it kind of hurt me. When I listened to Dennis Banks up there talking at the podium, when he said, you see that drunken Indian man that's standing on the street corners out there in today's cities. That drunken Indian man is making a very profound statement saying, I would rather drink myself to death than to conform to live the ways of the white man. I said, drink yourself to death? Is that their mentality? I came home from Vietnam a drug addict and an alcoholic, and I've got to deal with that. I don't want that. I don't want to die an alcoholic. I don't want to die a drug addict. I went back to the Army. But every day I came back in the day room, there they were on TV. And when they occupied Wounded Knee, I had a battle that was going on inside of me, saying, who the hell am I? Who the hell am I? Do I belong to my people that are in Wounded Knee, again, surrounded and having the weapons pointed at them? Or do I belong to this man's army who is pointing those weapons at my people? I made a choice that I never forgot. I walked away from the Army, and I came home. They caught up with me. They court-martialed me and said, you owe us 1 year and 9 months. And they sent me to Leavenworth. But in Leavenworth, they didn't want me either because they had a U.S. president during those years, Tricky Dicky, Richard Wilson, or Nixon, who, through Watergate, had to step out of office or be impeached. When he stepped up, Gerald R. Ford took the next office. He pardoned Richard Nixon. And he looked into the prisons and said, if you are here just because of that one offense, you were not where you were supposed to be, the president is giving you a full pardon. They gave me a pardon. The guard was laughing at me as he took me to the gate. I don't know what good that pardon will do you. You'll probably never get to work for the U.S. government. I said, you keep your government. I'm going home to my people. And I came home here. But I went on to mechanic school and I came back here. And I've remained here. Uncle Leonard, Joe, and others helped me to find myself in spirituality. And when Uncle Leonard put that headdress on me, and put that headdress and say, you have brought back the chanupa of Chief Hollow Horn Bear. Today we bring back the name again. And you carry that name again with this headdress. You will be the second Chief Hollow Horn Bear. I belong to you, my people. I could be out there at some college, university making big money, but no. I'm your servant. I belong to you. This university helps me to fulfill my role of giving back to you what is rightfully yours, the knowledge of this treaty, the knowledge of your history and your culture, your language. It's yours. Last night we saw a little short documentary called Across the Creek, where Uncle Albert made a statement saying, it's all still here. We just have to go back and take it. It's the theme of this year's Founders Day. It's all here. Our culture, our language, our spirituality. You just got to want it, to come back to it and take it. It's yours. I came back, and when Joe helped me for 10 years of his life, in a way committing my life to him, saying, teach me. Teach me to understand what the hell happened to me up there on that hill. Teach me so that I can help you to help other people the way you helped me. That he accepted, and for 10 years, I committed my life to him up until he died. And through all that he has taught me, this institution asked me to come here because of what Joe taught me, what Uncle Leonard, others, what I've learned through life. And here, you acquire the knowledge to become wise. You have to go to school to get the knowledge. You have to live life to gain wisdom. These people have lived life. I'm almost there. It's your turn. These forums, you students, we are putting this responsibility now onto your shoulders, in your hearts. That was put upon ours by our fathers, our uncles, our grandfathers. We've come to our elder years now. It's time for the young, as Tahashi Bill said. It's time to stand up. Take your place as a Lakota. I believe lunch is ready. We have a plate over here. Actually, Leonard, we're going to check you the food is ready there. They were asking if there's a few students that might want to help to serve. If you can, let's eat, and we're going to come back And we've got a lot of other topics and things we want to share and talk about. Okay. Elders, anyone that's over 18? No. Please stay in your seats. The students are going to come into, well, they'll feed you at your table there. We can make it a continuing work lunch here too, if we have someone that would like to come up, share their opinions. I'm going to stay in here. And so those of you that come back, somebody wants to share and talk, this mic is open for all of us. We're going to focus back towards the treaties and the Treaty Council with some ideas and how diligently and hard-working they are for our people and understanding and what we're going to do with these treaties.
I'm going to hand the mic to my grandson, and he will introduce himself. Then he's going to say a prayer.
Ahu relatives, thank you for your attention. My name is Maurice Red Cloud from this reservation here. Came with my kaka, and he asked me to say a word of prayer for the food. Oh, Takashla, thank you for another good day. Takashla, ask you to give us another good day. Ask you to bless our food that could be clean and nourish us. Ask you to keep it healthy for us to be healthy. Ask you to bless all our families on our land, Takashla. Ask you to bless all our people here, Takashla, to let them understand to come back, Takashla. Ask you to bless all our elders, Takashla. Keep them healthy, keep them strong, keep them happy. Ask you to bless our young ones to teach them the way here to Gashla. Ahu Matakyase.
Oh, this afternoon it's going to be all the articles, Article 5, Article 4, 7, 6. We're going to talk about all those proceedings, laws, and numbers. So remember that. Indian civil rights. The 1868 treaty. You heard from our leader, our Tokala leader, Bill Means, and we saw the movie, documentary. It shook me up again. Well, kind and care, all of you eat, have something to think about. Well, good afternoon, and we're going to go on after the lunch.
that were spoken, for the blood we have spilled, for the treaties that were broken, for the leaders you have still. Custer died for your sin. Custer died for your sin. Now a new day must begin. Custer died for your sin, for the tribes you terminated, for the myth you keep alive, for the land you confiscated, for our freedom you deprived. Custer died for your sin. Custer died for your sin. Now a new day must begin. Custer died for your sin. Custer died for your sin. Custer died for your sin. Now a new day must begin. Custer died for your sin, for the truth that you pollute, for the life that you have cost, for the good you prostitute, and for all that we have lost. Custer died for your sin. Custer died for your sin. Now a new day must begin. Custer died for your sin. Custer died for your sin. Custer died for your sin. Now a new day must begin. Custer died for your sin. Custer died. Spread the word of your religion. Convert the whole world if you can. Kill and slaughter those who oppose you. It's worth it if you save one man. Take the land to build your churches. Ascend to tax the house of God. Take a child while he is supple. Spoil the mind and spare the rod. Go and tell the savage native that he must be Christianized. Tell him end his heathen worship, and you'll make him civilized. Shove your gospel, force your values down his throat until it's raw. And after he is crippled, turn your back and lock the door. Like an ever-circling vulture, you descend upon your prey. Then you pick the soul to pieces and you watch them as they decay. 'Cause religion is big business, as your bank accounts will show. And Christ died to save all mankind, but that was long ago. Missionary, missionary, go and leave us all alone. Save the soul of all your white man, we've a God of our own. Missionary, missionary, go and leave us all alone. Save the soul of all your white man, we've a God of our own. And the rivers and the oceans and the streams are muddy brown, and the red and orange sunset turns to gray, and the sunlight gets dimmer as the haze falls all around, and the green and yellow hills have turned to clay. In a world without tomorrow, in a world that cannot last, in a world without tomorrow, my friend, that day is on its way. My friend, that day is coming fast. And the trees are dead and barren, and the grass has turned to stone, and only man has caused it all. A victim of his greed and profit, now he stands alone, waiting to be the last one to fall. In a world without tomorrow, in a world that cannot last, in a world without tomorrow, my friend, that day is on its way. My friend, that day is coming fast. In a world without tomorrow, in a world that cannot last, in a world without tomorrow, my friend, that day is on its way. My friend, that day is coming back. And the flowers, they are dying as the black rain takes its toll, and all the fish are turning gray and pale, and the blue and purple mountains look like a pile of coal, and the atmosphere is getting thick and stale. In a world without tomorrow, in a world that cannot last, in a world without tomorrow, my friend, that day is on its way. My friend, that day is coming back. My friend, that day is on its way. My friend, that day is coming back. Going back to the land I love, going back to where the truth began. Back to the land I left behind. Back to the pride that I must find. Leave me alone. Can't you see I'm going home? Going back. And there I'm gonna stay. Going back to try and find the way. Back to the land I left behind. Back to the pride that I must find. Leave me alone. Can't you see I'm going home? Back to the mountain and the prairie. Back to the desert and the hills. Catch up to the buffalo. And where the rivers flow. Going back, and there I'm gonna stay. Going back to try and find the way. Back to the land I left behind. Back to the pipe that I must find. Leave me alone. Can't you see I'm going home? Can't you see I'm going home? I see the train rolling in from Fargo, carrying my mother back to me. She died last week outside of Fargo, a victim of her country's apathy. No more fighting for me, mama. No more suffering to be done. No more pain and no more sorrow. Don't you know that you have won? 35 a mile and you'll be free. 35 a mile to go through the never-ending rain. I'll bring you home again. Oh, mama, 35 a mile and you'll be free. 35 a mile and you'll be free. I'll bring you home again. Oh, mama, 35 a mile and you'll be free. 35 a mile and you'll be free. Though they never mean so much to me. Now I wish that I could show you all the love you're never gonna see. 35 more miles and you'll be free. 35 more miles to go through the never-ending rain. I'll bring you home again. Oh, mama, 35 more miles and you'll be free. 35 more miles and you'll be free. 35 more miles and you'll be free. America, you invite the red man to sit at your table and be your guest, to justify the guilt that you are feeling. And now you tell us that you like us the best, and the black man is waiting on the sideline for the chance to get into your game, to show you that he's just as good as you are, prove to you that he can be the same. And the triangle that you have created keeps you by yourself, it keeps you paranoid for the red, white, and blue that you keep flying, for the red, white, and black that you avoid. 'Cause the red man was here so long before you, while the black man was a slave you brought ashore. And the red man was killed to free a frontier, while the black man was killed for sport and nothing more. And you wonder why the red man won't be like you. You should wonder why the black will never be. 'Cause you came to this land because you wanted freedom, but that you have forgotten now that you are free. Where were you when we needed you, our friend? Where were you when we needed you to bend? And now you claim to be parts to a Cherokee. But where were you when we came close to the end? When our land was being stolen, you just stood by. When we were being massacred, you didn't even cry. When they put us on a reservation, you didn't lose any sleep. When we were starving half to death, you had enough to eat. So tell me, where were you when we needed you, our friend? Where were you when we needed you to bend? Now you claim to be Patsu or Cherokee, but where were you when we came close to the end? When we had no voice, you never said a word. When we cried out to you, you never even heard. When our freedom was being denied, you never questioned why. When we needed help, somehow the well was always dry. So tell me, where were you when we needed you, our friend? Where were you when we needed you to bend? And now you claim to be Patsu or Cherokee, but where were you when we We came close to the end, so tell me where were you when we needed you, our friend? Oh, where were you when we needed you to bend? And now you claim to be part Sioux or Cherokee. Oh, but where were you when we came close to the end? So tell me where were you when we needed you, our friend? Oh, where were you when we needed you to bend? And now you claim to be part Sioux or Cherokee. But where were you when we came close to the end? So tell me where were you when we needed you, our friend? Oh, where were you when we needed you to bend? And now you claim to be part Anthros still keep coming like death and taxes to our land, to study their feathered freaks with funded money in their hand. Like a Sunday at the zoo, the cameras click away, taking notes and tape recordings of all the animals at play. Here come the anthro, better hide you passed away. Here come the anthro on another holiday. And the anthros bring their friends to see the circus, watch the show. And when their pens are undry, they pack up the things and away they go. But there's nothing left to study, there's nothing left to see. Still the anthros keep on searching for the truth and for the key. Here come the anthro, better hide you passed away. Here come the anthro on another holiday. Then back they go to write their book and tell the world there's more. But there's nothing left to write, it's all been done before. And all the Santa-funded money that the anthro get to spend is ever given to their disappearing feathered friend. Here come the anthros, better hide you passed away. Here come the anthro on another holiday. And the anthros keep on digging our sacred ceremonial site, as if there was nothing wrong, 'cause education gives them the right. But the more they keep on digging, the less they really see, 'cause they got no respect for you or for me. Here come the anthro, better hide you passed away. Here come the anthro on another holiday. And I told them not to dig for coal, for if they did, the eagle would die.
Well, you look something. You all going to think about what we saw, the documentary, what we saw. But we have an agenda here, and proceedings of the laws, and it shook us up, it touched our heart, but the American Indian movement had saw this. One man went to Vision Quest and saw all this. And a lot of our community people didn't know, or none of our tribe didn't see it. But there's a word that my dad said, and I'm going to recite that this afternoon. Takwa shita ichupi ash luashtepi oyaki pelo. There's something they did wrong to you or to the people, but you could make it better. It's hard to do. Somebody slap you on one side, you could show it on that side. Now today, if you do that, you'll be ganged and all that. But we could make it politically, make it better for our tribe. And a lot of our traditional, higher experienced educators, treaty people are here. And some of the councilmen are here. And some of the wisest men, the reverends and spiritual, they're all here. We could put this together for the future. Oh, hey, these words, we could do it for each other and put it in here inside this education department. Oh, hey. I spoke in front of a World Council of Churches, and Dr. G. Yates, he said, everybody come from highest intelligence, Yale University, John Hopkins, and all those. So it got to me. I said, Crow, where you come from? So I come from the reserve called Rosebud Reservation, or they call concentration camp and Rosebud Reservation. Where you went to school? So I went to school to University. Where did that located? On the Western Hemisphere. Oh, hey, today, what we saw, what Bill Means talk about it, 1974, organized the International Treaty Conference. We have a seat at the United Nations. So let's look at it. We need a leader to ambassador for us, joined with the Congress of American Indians, to join this for education basics. Oh, hey, it kind of shook us up a little bit. What we saw and what we heard 1890. What we saw 38 Dakotas. We look at all that. Well, we could make it good. Today is going to be a memorial ceremony. You see all those people that passed away, and we don't know how they passed away. Or you're going to think about all this. I hope all the tribe and all the members should have been here. Now we got some articles. What we could do. White man is so educated, he put things, articles and exhibits and agendas. So we could use those to bring our foundation. Always think about this. If we could have our own sovereign nation charter to the United Nations, if we could do that, we'll have our own. We speak for ourselves, but we will have a respect to have the ambassador to speak for the nation of our tribes. We could do it. That's what AIM stands for. That's what Russell means, the famous man. That's what he said, and that's what it's a dream. Well, now today, he left everything within the mind or soul of our tribes. Now today, Mila Haskakile, the United States government stated You have jealousy, hate, and jealousy. Then again, he have the word he didn't know was, excuse me, I'm sorry. He don't know all that. Oh, hey, oh, we, Lakota people, you have that. Oh, hey. So they say, well, how come Crudell got long hair? What's the reason? Oh, hey. The reason that you saw today on the documentary. Oh, hey, now. O teki kingtas ake luash de wayaki. It's going to be hard times, but you can make it better. Oh, hey, the nutrition. We appreciate the woyute. The woyute we receive at this lunch. Whoever cook and whoever take care of that may receive in return 4 times out of nowhere the word of the God or the word of the Creator or word of the Lord. However, we could make a thing better for our future. Or a treaty, or whatever the treaty do now. Maybe all the headbands and chiefs that you hear, where are we at on a treaty? Somebody give that information. And then we have all these tribal representative treaty. Where are we at? I hope we're not in their pocket. 1934 in their pocket. I hope we're not in their pocket. Trying to get out from their pocket. However, the 1868 treaty, 1851 treaty, 1889 business, corporation, entity. We could bring all this about here. You never see that everything could be unified for the tribe. We could do it. We're going to go and what they did to us, don't think about it. What we could do for us, for the future generation. We did it in Bureau of Indian Affairs. We take over Bureau. We saw a lot of documents. The plans that they conspiring on us. We saw some of those documents. Think about it in Treaty Man that you're all sitting right here. All the things that you've been working on treaty. Sometimes at home I sit and nobody speaks Lakota. I speak my Lakota language. My wife said, maybe you didn't get your right pill the way you were talking. Think about it. Think about it. Let's all work together for this curriculum education. It's hard. As we could make it good. Articles, what that article means. Article 5, 6, 7. What do those mean? And what we could do, we could exercise our human rights. Vine Delora, when I was young, we present Indian civil rights. We marched with Martin Luther King. We could do all this. I very appreciate what American Indian movement did. Now, after so many years, we pick it up. I might have been really, my mind must have been real slow. After so many years now, I'm thinking about 1868 treaty after, what's his name died? What's his name? Dick Wilson. I was happy when Bill Jenkler died. Boy, I slept real good, boy. Without pillow, anyway. Thank you, and we'll be going again. So these articles, we're going to go through those. You look at we are part of the big conspiracy by 1934 Reorganization Act. We've been participating, harboring corporation entity all this time since then. Shut it off.
Let me introduce you first. Hoana. Hoya mitake pia ke wana. Dona wana ipini chabna. Ishtogmas na kampicha. Ai luk cham sechu. Party all. We want to get started here again. We got an afternoon of some discussion, some things we'd like to get across to the people. At this time, I'd like to open the mic up to our Treaty Council people and get a report back from them. Roger Melk is the chair of the Treaty Council, the Rosebud Tribal Treaty Council, and he's going to talk to us about the Articles of 5, 6, and 7, and some Black Hills issues and things pertaining to us around the Black Hills. So please, let's give an ear to Roger as we talk about these very important issues. Nelo, Roger.
I want to thank Sintegleska again for allowing us the opportunity to voice some concerns, try to make life a little better for the Takojas. I want to thank Lionel for being a steadfast advocate for giving us a better life through education. I want to thank our President, Willie Kendall, for leading us into a new year, hoping that some resolutions and some legislation from his administration will allow us to move with more freedom for their little ones. I want to direct my comments this afternoon to the students of Sintegleska who are with us this afternoon. The first thing I want to put before you is the Treaty of 1868 is the supreme law of the land.
Can we get your attention, please? There's an elder speaking to us.
The treaty is the supreme law of the land. I want you to hold that thought, because I've also been given a directive from one of our tribal members who said we need to change. We need to change our government. We need to change our style of life. We need to change for the better. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. Now, I want to look at Article 5 of the 68 Treaty. This is what it says. The United States agrees that the agent, the agent, which is to us the superintendent of Rosewood Reservation, shall in the future make his home at the agency building, that he shall reside among them and keep an office open at all times for the purpose of prompt and diligent inquiry into such matters of complaint by and against the Indians as may be presented for investigation under the provisions of their treaty stipulations, as also for the faithful discharge of other duties enjoined on him by law. The other duties. He's got more duties than what was stipulated. In all cases of depredation on person or property, he shall cause the evidence to be taken into writing and forwarded, together with his findings, to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, whose decision shall, subject to the revision of the Secretary of Interior, shall be binding on all parties. Now, he's going to take this to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. That would be the Assistant Secretary of Interior. I want to take you back to the year 1980. Our president at that time was Norman Wilson, and he received a letter from the BIA, Inspector General's office. But he decided he couldn't go, so he selected me to go in his stead. I found that very honoring, that a peer of mine would send me to Washington, D.C. to speak on a matter with a high official. I walked into her office at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the office was Miss June Gibbs Brown. And she greeted me in a very courteous manner. The aide in the room brought me coffee and a donut, and we talked about general things, how life was on the reservation. She informed me about the election that we just had, where they have a new president by the name of Ronald Reagan. And since she was a Democrat, she told me she didn't think she'd be there with this administration coming in. And then we got down to the brass tacks. She said, "Your tribe has a debt they need to look at, and it's called unallowable cost. The amount of money that we're looking at is $4 million. Now, She got that information from the agent in Article 5. Other duties. He sent that information up the line, and it finally got to her office, and whatever her decision was going to be would be sent to the Interior Secretary. And after she told me all that needed to be done to fix the matter, she pointed at a red phone on her desk and she said, "I can pick that phone up and I could shut you people down. We'll send you into receivership." We also have a treaty that protects the Indian people. I didn't know too much about the treaty at that time, but what I said to her, I cannot divulge that information in here because I committed a very serious crime sitting in her office. I told her that the police cars that were burned in Red Lake, Minnesota, was just a bonfire compared to what would happen on the Rosebud if she shut that tribe down. She said, "We'll meet again tomorrow at 8 o'clock. And they showed me out of the room, and I went back to the motel. And I thought about the meeting. And I thought about what I said. Well, the reason she ended the meeting is because she wanted to know who this idiot Indian is. And she had the dossier brought to her office from the FBI. So the next day, when I walked into her office at 8 o'clock, she had a program set up for Rosebud that would allow us to continue our journey. And she put a man in the finance office at Rosebud from Montana, and he monitored all financial transactions of the tribe that kept us moving. That's Article 5. That's the agency superintendent we call. And that's why that Article 5 is in the treaty. The treaty is the supreme law of the land. Article 6 is another one that came up from the East. This treaty has been put together since the 1700s. And as it moved west, some of the language was changed because the people that they were encountering had different thoughts about how they should live. And they are finding out that we all have only one thing going for our people, and that's the care and the protection of the small children. because that's our future. Now, they wanted to know how many of us would be the farmers, good farmers. Heads of families may select lands for farming, legally incorporated to also select land. Land to the United States of America is what America is all about. Gail Norton, President W. Bush, Secretary of Interior at that time, she said to the Indian people that there's not going to be any Indian land. Think about that. There won't be any more Indian land. It also says that any Indian who wanted to farm, they would select the land and they would move us in that direction so we could farm the grounds and build a house and raise our family on that land. And if we did a good job, they would give us the 160 acres, and it would be ours. And they patterned that after their culture. Because as you look around the reservation today, you see a lot of ranches, you see a lot of farms, but they are not Indian operated, because that's who the Washichu is. He wants to own land. He wants to have his own farm. He wants to raise his family. And when he's done, he wants to give that to his family, his sons or his daughters. And that's their life. We didn't do that because we lived off the land. There was a farmer in Burke, South Dakota. Had a nice farm. This is back in the early 1900s, maybe 1912. And he saw this Indian with his team and wagon coming to his house. And he related to his neighbor and his wife, and he said, well, here he comes. He's a bothersome animal because he can't take care of himself. He's coming to beg for food. Now, I listened to that and I said, does this man realize that we've been here for millions of years? Does he realize that just because he's here and has a farm and has some food, that we didn't know how to take care of ourselves? And we've been doing that long before he came here. But that's their thinking when they look at Lakota people. They want to manage land. They want all the land. The president ordered a survey of the reservation And when so surveyed, Congress shall provide for protecting the rights of said settlers in their improvements and may fix the character of the title held by each. We're not settlers, so I have to assume that he's talking about the man in Burke, South Dakota. They want to look at us because we own all this land. And they've been trying to figure out ways to get it. So they devised a plan that when I die, my children will get my land. And when they die, their children will get the land until we finally own about 1 square inch of land. The buyback program is looking at that, and they're buying back all this land. And they say they're going to give it back to the tribes. Well, we won't know about that for another 100 years. But they want to get the Indian off that land, and they want to give it to the tribe. Gail Norton says there's going to be no more Indian land. So you have to look at this as another way of how they want to do something, and they want the Indian to think that they're doing it for him. The Article 7 talks about education. When they first came, and they said, we're going to teach these kids, we're going to teach these people how to talk English. Those early years, the teacher that they sent didn't know how to talk Lakota. And the kids that they were teaching didn't know how to talk English. So that was a tough go. It took a while. But they looked at the parent of that Indian kid, and they told him that they have to do this. They have to do this. Because they passed the law that said we have to comply with the United States. Agrees that every 30 children between the ages of 6 and 16 who can be induced or compelled to attend school, they're going to build a house for that teacher. And he's going to live among us. Now, this is a good one, because it says, in order to ensure the civilization of the Indians entering into this treaty. Civilization. We had a better civilization than they did before they came here. We were a civilized people. We had our own government. We had our own traditions. We raised the children provided for them and protected them. All of this civilization that they're talking about was to get us to accept them telling us that we were uncivilized. And they only wanted us to go to the 6th or 7th or 8th grade. My dad, he finished the 6th grade. He went to school in Genoa along with his brothers and his sister. But I found him to be very wise in looking at not only the land, but looking at those around him, because he took care of his family. In the 1950s, the Shah of Iran was a dictator of his country. And he married a very beautiful woman. And she convinced him that in order for their country to expand and become leaders, he needed to educate all his people. And he listened to his wife, and he opened up the universities of that country. So all the people who wanted to go to school went to school and got their degrees and became very smart people. That education opened up the doors for them to depose the Shah of Iran. They kicked him out of office. Now, the United States of America is the same. That's why they only want the Indian people to get an education up to the 8th grade. Now, if we read that Article 7 in between the lines, we come up with answers that Lionel reads. He reads between the lines of this article, and he's putting together everything that we need or going to use when it comes to the small children of this reservation. And when we talk about change of government, we're looking at those children because they're going to know what needs to be done and why it needs to be fixed. Now, the other thing that we have on this change of government, it's unfortunate, but we cannot change anything because our government is run by a tribal council, and only the tribal council can make changes. We give them that authority when we vote. That's where we have to look at the change. If we want to change this government, we need to look at this treaty, because this treaty is a guide that's going to allow the people, the Oyate, it's going to allow the Oyate to look at and say, enough. enough. My community is run by one family, and the quorum is only 11 people. And there are 500 members in that community. But the only 11 people go to those meetings, and they decide how 400 people should live an ideal. That's wrong. We have to fix that. We have to design a way to look at the economy, look at how we vote and who we vote for. Everything goes down to economic development. The economy of our communities is very low. We don't have any money. Yet our Constitution and bylaws says that we have the obligation and we have the opportunity that's presented by that document to develop an economy. We have to look at the people around us in that community and say, what do they want? How do they want to spend their money? We started the bingo operation in Winter, South Dakota. And when we started to keep track of the money and put it down on paper, we found that in 1 year, we cleared $384,000. White society in Winter, South Dakota was very, very enthused and very supportive of that bingo operation because they enjoyed all that money that was coming out of that bingo hall because we bought everything from them. So they thought it was a great thing. But what we forgot to do is we forgot to bring some people in who were educated and knew how to take care of business and who could oversee the operation and make it better. We forgot to pay the taxes. We didn't forget to pay the taxes. We didn't know we had to pay taxes. Everybody pays taxes. Now, the same people who live in that community are sitting there waiting for somebody to tell them how to make some money. We have Redco here in Rosebud. I was told that they're going to open up a casino down there. That was 2 years ago. We're still waiting. What we need to do is we need to get this treaty. We need to get this treaty to the people. We need to try to educate everyone who is Indian. We need to look at the state legislation or legislators to also look at this treaty, because this treaty will and can enhance the lives of not only the Indian people, but also white society. Because there's provisions in this treaty that tells us that the government has a responsibility to help Lakota people develop economies. In 1982, the Supreme Court of the United States said that they're not going to hear the appeal for the return of the Black Hills lands to the Oglala Sioux tribe and other Indian nations. They're not going to do that. They're not going to hear our appeal. We have a claim against them for that. We use this treaty because the treaty says before anybody does anything against or for the United States, against and for the Indian people, it needs to have 2/3 or three-quarters of the people, male Indian people, to agree to do this. Somebody said, well, Red Cloud sold us out. He sold us out. He signed a paper. I don't care if he signed 20 papers. He didn't have 3/4 of the male population to say it was okay. So when the Supreme Court refuses to hear the appeal because they said, we already paid you for that land, the Court of Claims, according to the Constitution of the United States, the Court of Claims gave us $17 million for the Black Hills that they took illegally. Now that money is up into the $1 billion mark, I understand, and we're still not going to take that money because we know that they stole it. They stole that land from us. Now, some people who are knowledgeable about the history going back to Sonosky in 1979, who came to Rosewood and said, I've gone as far as I can go, folks. I have to give it up. I have to tell you that I'm not going to work to get them lands back. But I'm going to submit my bill to the Justice Department. And he did, and the Justice Department approved a $14 million bill that he presented to them, and they paid him $14 million for not doing what we asked him to do. Now we have somebody else involved, and I don't know what he's doing because we haven't heard from him. But we have to get a plan together. And we can't do it alone because we're not in charge. the United States Congress will only recognize federally recognized tribes. And even though we're a Rosebud Sioux tribe, they only speak to the government. And the government of the Rosebud Sioux tribe can appoint 2 members to serve on a treaty council. Now, treaties are the supreme law of the land. That doesn't ring too loud a noise because we can only recommend. That's wrong. That has to change. So in order to change this government and give the treaty councils more leverage, more authority, we have to partnership with the tribal council, because the tribal council is acting under a lot of these articles. And they need to recognize that, and they need to put us in the same room at that level, so that when they go to Washington, D.C. to speak with Congress, that the Treaty Council be there with them, with the same authority, because the treaties are the Supreme Court, supreme law of the land. Oh, hello.
Aho, the supreme law of the land. Our tribal council has a job to fulfill in our health, our education, and in our welfare. They must hold the Secretary of Interior accountable for these provisions that are stated in these articles of this treaty. That when we need medical services, this treaty tells us that that government must provide this for us. And so they have their hands full to present this to the Secretary of Interior, along with land issues. You know, 12 years ago, this IRA government that he's bringing some reference to, it was addressed 12 years ago. If there's anything that the people want to see changed in this form of government, it has to come through a resolution, a petition to this tribal council by the signatures of 30% of all of us, or all of you who have voted in the last election. And that was a task in itself that one organization did accept. And they took it and they went with it. And they were criticized, they were ridiculed, put down for their efforts, but they accomplished it. 30% of those signatures, and by this tribal council's tribal law, this constitution says that the tribal council had to act on that. They wanted some amendments changed, articles changed in this constitution and bylaws that the people were not happy with. So it got on the council floor. Now they had two options they could have went with. They could have took a proposed amendment, and by 3/4 of the tribal council in quorum, they could have took the amendment and said, no, and it would have died. Or I could have said yes, and it would have passed. And the other option, which they chose, was to assign a constitutional task force to conduct a constitutional convention. At this time, I threw my name in the hat, because when I was talking before lunch, when I came back from Vietnam, now I had a right to vote. So I tried it, but I was thinking to myself, this government does not work. And so since that time, I don't vote nationally. I didn't vote Obama or anyone before. I didn't vote Dugard or whoever the governor is, senators or congressmen, and I don't vote tribally. I didn't put Willie in there. I didn't put Rodney, Whitey. I didn't help to do any of these, or our councilmen. That's my journey in life that I chose. Yes, you can say many things to me, but those are my choices in life. I didn't want to be an IRA Indian. I wanted to stand on this treaty, and I want to be a treaty Indian, a Lakota standing on this treaty and hold the government accountable to what they said in this treaty with my great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather. Punkescum was a Iron Shell who signed this treaty. We make our choices in life and we have to live by them. So if you chose to vote, you're supporting this IRA government, make it work. Make it work for you. This constitutional convention, I opted to sit on it because hopefully there was going to be some more traditional changes, traditional forms of government that we could instill back into this Constitution, and there was. In that convention that we held for 4 months, we asked the people, bring us your amendments. What do you want to see changed in this Constitution and bylaws that governs you, this land? They came, and they came, and they came. A precedent that was set by the people. We received 187 amendments to change this IRA Constitution. Some traditional forms of government were inserted into there. And we submitted these. No, we had to scrutinize every single amendment for clarity, constitutional principles. And we had to make sure that that amendment did not violate this 1868 treaty. And we had to ensure that it had Lakota worldview. How do we as Lakota view our world? We couldn't dot any I's, put any commas in, cross any T's. There were some good ones. But the way they were written, they couldn't follow the constitutional principles. And they couldn't be just a rewritten version of what is in the Constitution and bylaws right now. And some did. By the time we finished after 4 months, we spent another 3 months going over every one of them singly. We argued, we debated, we got mad at each other. Some of us tried to personalize some of these. So we can't do that. This is for the people and generations that got to live under this Constitution and these bylaws. We got to think of those generations. We had to remember them. By the time we got done, 27 were worth going to the Secretary of Interior that he talks about to ask his permission. Can we hold a secretarial election? He could have taken and one by one said, no, this one's out. That one's no good. This is good. That one's no good. But he accepted all 27, and they went to a secretarial election. The end result was only 24 passed in that election. And this IRA council acted only on a couple of them. The blood quantum, it went to lineal descendancy. And a traditional form of government, we're giving the power back to the people. When this reservation was settled under a traditional form of government, there was a headman for every band that came together to make the decisions on behalf of the people as a whole, and they came to a consensus. But with the government, they wanted, no, we only want one leader to oversee all of you. We don't want to deal with 21 chiefs. That's the way it works. Spotted-tail is not my chief. Iron Shell is my chief. I am Wablenija. I come from the orphan band. If we trace our roots back, we find we all have our leaders that we can lead back to. So it went back. The vote gave the power back to the people. Small communities. You know, it seems sometimes that we only had one council rep that represented Two Strike and Spring Creek together. When Antelope over here had 4 or 5 representatives. And here comes our rep bringing something to the council floor. I'd like to put this on the floor. 5 Antelope will step up and say, nope. He gets defeated. Where's the power there? So, given that leadership, given that power back to the people, was one. So now we have a representative from every community on our council today. And we need to utilize them in a traditional form. That was one little step of going back to a traditional form of government. Giving back your communities the power through your representative. And something's coming up here tomorrow. Maybe this is another step. A vision of a man who says, I have to follow this dream of bringing the headmen together. Those who wear the wapha, how many are left on our reservation? Those who wear the headdress that we picked as leaders. There's a little gathering tomorrow of the Ocheti Shakowin, not just from here. Ihanktu's going to come. Isanti's going to come. Kulwichasha, they're going to come. These are their Lakota names, Ihanktu. The white man told us to call them Yankton. Those are Ihanktu. They're going to come with their leaders. Cheyenne River hopefully coming. Ogalalas are getting ready. I just got a call from Alex Whiteplume, and they're organizing. They want to come. The headmen, the leaders, the ones that wear bonnets of the Ocheti Shakoi, is the time for us to start talking about these things. And let's stand up and do what our people ask of us when they ask us to wear this headdress, this bonnet. So, one of the amendments that I hoped would have gone through was that we need to get out from under the thumb of the Secretary of Interior. Because we, as an IRA government, yes, we talk about this, we talk about that, we want to do this, we want to do that, and then we turn around and say, isn't that right, Mr. Secretary? Yeah, we can do this, it's okay. And we got to get his permission to do anything. Where's the sovereignty in that? We're not sovereign when we have to turn around and ask permission from the Secretary of Interior. But the IRA government down here hasn't acted and passed that amendment where we can go straight to the White House, to Obama. We are a sovereign nation. You deal with us. We don't want to talk to your Secretary of Interior. You talk directly to us. You don't send word. When these Wolakota were made, and honey, itchachampike hena lechawashichu hena obiota kapina. Wo api wangalohi pikile. Hewanji hena le wowashi. Lena wowashi piki wo api wanlegalohipi. Hena wowashi hechapi. Itchachakipi ebshni. These are not the leader. These men that come over here and attest their names to this document. They're Wowashi. They were given a job. They were given a chore to come out here, to work with us, to deal with us. They're workers for that president. If they want to deal with our leaders, we need to deal as sovereign nations and deal with Obama directly. Dero. Oyame take akale wanji lekshiwa wogalaka chin little microphone luha. We're going to have another elder speak to us. So please give your attention when our elders speak. Thank you.
The malakho darchala taku electronic algeno mospish. Ele wani to shagaloga kawana naji. 80 years old. I never thought I'd see the day, but I'm still walking. I'm still walking, I'm still working. What I want to say, I'm going to pop some bubbles here. Wola kotagale tonkashila wa George Whirlwind soldier itya iata pika lel topapi e hake lel o ito apyon bulha is Chief Whirlwind soldier, part Cheyenne, Sand Creek el Vichaktev ha Little Thunder Camp Ikta Iyangi Huni Makaka Iyanki. I don't know if it's the South Platte or North Platte, but he ran that one day and one night, God help. Reta Hunska Ziab, yellow leggings, breastplate, Ohu Makwili Kwag. You know, honey Lakota were chunking you earn that. So he earned that. And Shugmani to Tchaka Akichita Abonhecha, wolf soldier. Wolf soldier. Today they call it dog soldiers, misinterpretation. And we had one feather, Uyaka Wanjila. He staked himself down to the ground and fought to the death at a Pawnee camp. I lived with this man here, Chief George Whirlwind soldier. 1913, my grandfather got sick. So he said, My son is going to sit on my seat temporary. There was a big controversy in the 80s over that. There's no such thing as a temporary. 1918, he was made permanent. It was Council of Chiefs that did that. August 1958, 4 men came out to Bad Nation. It was my grandpa George, Jacob Kilsinside, Stephen Spotted-tail, and Henry Bickrow. Wapchaho Makiab. Okash Beamani Itharchayamahe Macha, Ashtuani Migaloni Hashne. Wawoke Wichasha Henichak Tilab. You're going to be a helper of the people, and I've done that. I brought in through Phil Stevens 46 houses from Grand Forks Air Force Base. I brought in 4. I could have had 300 from Ellsworth, but I brought in 4. The Navy Seabees came in and helped us because of my association with Phil Stevens, and they made me Senior Chief Petty Officer. I was never in the Navy, but they said, you're going to be our chief. This was 1999. I think Leonard was there when that happened. Uncle Leonard, I say. This picture here is Jacob Kilsinside. He's standing here talking to the President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. That's how powerful he were. That's how powerful my grandfathers were. Now, of course, this is me and my wife, soldier. We've been together 53 years, so I can stand here, and I can talk. Because I have this bonnet, I was able to get this document in the U.S. Treasury. We have $1,067,000,000. It's $1,070,000,000 now, sitting there, which we refused. We want our land back. 1987, Philip Stevens found out he was a descendant of Chief Standing Bear, 1/16. So he came to Red Cloud School and asked him, I've got so much money to last me several lifetimes, and I would like to help you. What do you want me to do? And all the students at that Red Cloud School, or used to be Holy Rosary, I guess, they wanted the Black Hills back. He's a defense contractor, member of the Defense Department. And so he went back and got his lawyers, and they researched the Black Hills case, how it came about, where we lost it. He asked me for documents, and I've got the conference to that Black Hills with the chiefs and the commission. And what they told the commissioners was, we'll lease you the top half of our hills. I've got those documents. My grandfather had them. But what they did was they made a midnight change, they call it, made it a Land Cession Act. They got 146 signatures when Spotted-tail had a son-in-law that was a cavalry captain. Told him that you're giving your land away. So Spotted-tail sent word out and said, nobody sign this thing. If they sign it, kill them. So the government only got 246 signatures. But they still passed that anyway. See, they make fun of us. We got to understand that. And everybody's talking about sovereignty of the treaty. Folks, we're no longer sovereign. Why do we have to have permission by having our government by permission? IRA, only 26% voted here on Roosevelt to accept that, and those were the mixed bloods that were terminated. 26%. Now I'll tell you about that Termination Act. there was a small group of folks, mixed blood folks here on Rosebud that wanted to control their land. And the government, and so they petitioned the Congress, signed numerously. I have those documents also. So the Burke Act came in, the Burke Act, 1906. The Interior Department in April of 1917 said that all half-blood Indians who had Anglo names were terminated. That's a fact, because my mom was a half-blood. Her dad was John Neese, one of the biggest ranchers and suppliers of beef to the Rosebud. She was terminated, but she got back in Rosebud. So then in 1930s, these people that were terminated wanted to get back in again, so they got to Collier and they came up with this IRA, Indian Reorganization Act, to get us away from the treaty. Got to understand, refused here on Rosebud, 26%. And even that's breaking the law because the treaty says 3/4. So there they made fun of us again. Only less than 30% voted to accept IRA, but the law requires, treaty law requires 3/4. So why did we sit back and let this happen? And I'll tell you why. Collier took these chiefs from Rosebud and said, try it for 4 years. If you don't like it, you can go back. So my father, Homer Whirlwind Soldier Sr., was the first vice president of the IRA Act. He served for 8 years. So the chiefs got together 4 years, 1941. They got together and they wanted to go back to the treaty, but Collier said, no, you accepted it, so you're going to be stuck with it. So now we're facing termination based on that Burke Act and a 1917 declaration by the Interior Department. The Shoshone Bannocks in Nevada, I'll give you that as an example. They had a similar case as we did. They wanted to legislate and force payment on these people. And this bill, we're facing the same thing. We're facing forced termination, and they're talking about it now. If we don't do anything, they're going to do it, which is okay with me. I'll get about $35,000. Rosalie will get $35,000. My kids won't get anything because they don't have an IIM account. You have to have an IIM account to get that money. And we don't want it. I refused to sign it. I got a letter from Pressler in 1987. I said, 3,500. Rosalie, 3,500, that's 7,000. And then I said, well, my kids, what about my kids? And they said, well, you don't have IIM, so you don't. And that's where the battle began. We had 40,000 signatures recovering the whole of Black Hills, all of it. (1988). Those people at our council didn't read this. Daschle says the Bradley bill has a 50-50 chance of being okayed. Now, we had that chance. Well, again, we're our own worst enemy. We could have got all of it back. All 6. Bradley bill gives away 6 million acres. The Bradley bill gives 6 million acres. Got together and said, no, it still belongs to us. The government didn't have no business homesteading this land out. So we were going to charge the government back rent and future rent, back rent for damages. And it took $18 million worth of gold out of the Black Hills in 1987. Half of that was supposed to be ours, according to the agreement that these chiefs agreed to. And I've got those, each of these chiefs' statement. One of them said that that's the Black Hills, that's our safe. We're going to feed our children in the future with that. So I'm going to be passing these out because this one here is a Bradley bill. One little paragraph gives away 6 million acres in return for 1.3. Our amendments, we want all of it back. Back rent, future rent. But tribal governments became our worst enemy. So that's where we are. That was 28 years ago, 29 years ago. So I asked my brother Phil again, would you be willing to help us again? He said, yes, I will work the Washington level. I said, we don't have to worry about money being spent by us lobbying in Washington. Phil will do that because he knows how to negotiate, being with the military, the Air Force, and the Navy, and the Marines. So here I am, I'm standing at 80. Phil is 87, and he's willing to do this for us again before he dies. He says, I want to accomplish this. So I'm standing here in front of you, and I don't know how much longer I got left. My dad died when he was 79 years old, and I'm way past, I'm 80 now. Somebody says you're going to be 90 or you're going to reach 100. I said, no, I don't think so. I said, when somebody starts to change my pampers and wipe my butt and wash me up, that's when I want to die. So that's where I'm at. But I'm going to, for the rest of my life, whatever life I got left, I'm going to be fighting for this. For these young people, these guys sitting right here. In that bill that we had, we wanted included everybody, all enrolled members, not just the IIM account holders. How many of you received payments from the Louis Cobell, the Cobell case? Chonalap, just a few. So if there was a forced payment upon us, just us guys that have that account number will get the money. You got to understand that. Congress can do anything they want with us. There was a Supreme Court case that said Congress can abrogate a treaty. That was just done in the 1980s. So we're on very dangerous ground here, and it seems like we can't do anything or think and get together. So I want to thank Linnell for letting me have the floor. I really want to appreciate it. Linnell's my cousin. He's my misunkala. His grandfather, Alex Bordeaux, was terminated in 1917. 1929, he lost everything, all his money, the first millionaire on Rosebud. He lost everything. He was okay with Chasha. He helped everybody. And so George's brother, Clement Whirlwind Soldier, was married to Martha, Alex's sister. And that's how the Oyate, their chief, all the chiefs got together in Hunkan ceremony. They adopted him back into that's how he came back into Rosebud. So I want you folks to understand that. I worked very hard. I've been community chairman now for 12 years in a row, 25 years total of Grass Mountain. And I even went to Washington to the Justice Department. Wanted to know why I was labeled gang-free and drug-free. I gotta eat those words now because I had some drug dealers caught in my community. And we're into that thing too, that the meth problems that we have. There's an AIDS epidemic here on Rosebud. How are we addressing those problems? We have a huge amount of problems that we're faced with, and we're so apathetic that we don't do anything. So anyway, thank you, Linnell. Thank you, Toshka. This is my Toshka sitting right here, real blood Toshka. There was 3 brothers. Fast horse, kills enemy, and bear horse. He comes from, kills the enemy. They all had one feather. There's a Joe One Feather down here, and there's some One Feathers in Pine Ridge. These people stake themselves to the ground, fight to the death. This picture I showed of my grandfather, he had 88 scalp locks on his shirt. Mostly chrome, and there's some blonde hair in there too. So, thank you. Now let Khoshkawa go gonna walk.
Ha, ila lekshiya wapia bogalake. Wana wani tukta wana wikchemena zapta akesh agaloga inaj. Trankaka woglaka klena wokachne ke nahachje wa mai hasne. Waslila today lampetuki ha woyuksha wasteste ukihimam. Hij trok charge migratingte. Washijia charge wambulhake Lester kills the enemy emanchapi. Hij charge ki ha trokashalawa Joe kills the enemy oheda. Onaha Joe hukuki ha le trahashi Leonard wote takwe chanta. Acha trahashi chewa ki yecheshna wachiwa taku woyukcha owakachni wachihanta kichishna woglake. He takomini woglake kile lakho woyukcha wa I trokie api I troyeki api washichuki ha you make your mouth blue Achale Trahashe ke le womakyake hanta wahehake se woichakhash na womakyake. Eja le wana lekshi eja yechel womakyake wables de washiste ukihimaya. Inawa ki ha is prahisite oyanke hechata. Ahej tatrankaska Atkukuki, Isam Tokashit Kuki ha is Wichashi Tracha, Chief Whiteboo ejab, Hohe Inawa chanta. Inawa ki ha Melissa Whiteboo ejab. Ocha Hohe Hana Atewa ki ha Ross kills the enemy. Hohena etawa u. Ocha Hena Lilash Nataya Iwayegalake. Dokata wa u kilecha. Dwet matuich chekile, o matuich chekile na wichasha ithachabi cha etawa u. O cha le mich igluk chahana ekhole okhola kichewa ianke kile ekho me khoya hohel akichich us mich igdomkhe. Wichoyewa akichich use akele it's a lifetime commitment you commit yourself. Le okola kiche treaty kile inja tokala which hocha yechel energikta hecha. You ha slokichapi naha tuktekte ogna which hotha chiktash aga energy pehechi. Hohena toketonka inikichi hampikta. Tuktogonka Taku washeste archinaha wo pchewa sutayanke kile tokel wo lagyakte ki heche. I feel that this treaty is like what we come to know as a warrior society, as a tokala. And when we use the word akichichus, it means a commitment. It's a lifetime commitment. And to do that, we need to have recognitions to all the ones that are involved and to be recognized as a lifetime involvement, to be like a Tokala warrior. And so I'd like to see this take root, and if it's already in place, I sure like to see some inductions take place so that our treaty members, officers would be recognized. Takwan lila yukchama unkile
vichasha itacha bekile la khulta voyacha chata tako menelila tako washte eche achimpi. Hana ha hoch ikipipsni. A hoch wosike wa iwachtelashni tako shicha ota ianke na ekta oyathakap. Ho ash tako benitueka iwainch iglakapena tokogana tako woji washte ike vichapicha secha. I'm going to interpret what I just said. In the leadership and the historical leadership concepts, we always look to positive values. And that's what constitutes who our chiefs are, who our leaders are. And today, some people cannot be properly addressed as such leaders because they have so much negativity in their lives. I just listened to my uncle say he's married 53 years. That is very commendable. In the old way, it was said that our higher power, Tokashlakele Akanung, Wichasha Tavoyukja na Wian Tavoyukja, Hona Yotash Ichasha Wichasha na Wian Hoyeke Hata He Altachji Wakha Kiapi. I had prayed with one of my grandpas, and as we were praying, he said, Tokashla Unshi Unkiapi Ye. And right there, it stunted me. I couldn't pray because my grandpa ended with a female gender. Tash winkte siche, I thought, you know, is he gay? Or all kinds of thoughts went through my mind. But when we got done praying, he told me, you stop praying. And I know why, he said. But you must know that if you're going to pray with this chanupa, it is better that you understand a woman's language because we have to humble ourselves. And so the female language was more sacred than the male language. Well, I did a lot of, let's say, research on it. And one thing that I came to understand is when a man prays, he tries to negotiate with the higher power. He's looking for a trade-off with the higher power. Tukashla, you do this for me and I'll do this for you. And so where's the sacredness in that? But when a woman prays, she's more humble. Willard Fubu which up. Injak chiwagla konka inja yechel he wokyakap. Cha inja heche wableze yuha. We anklena ostevi chakala pichashnu. Se we he lilash efjekchi washichuki shicha wonspunkap. The 1868 treaty nish 1851 treaty klena ata washichuya eche tavoyuk chancha egnakap. Lakota tavoyuk chatagne el itchaikishnu. Ohe chon lila ota hena unkoshichap. But what Congress did is they put the treaties in their terms. And it's more of a paternalistic approach. And we are Lakota people, and we take strong consideration for our women, so it's really hard to find ourselves in that. And to do that, we have to listen to our partners. What is your thought on this? And maybe we have a better understanding from that perspective. Now we feel so cheated because we're so, I don't know if we can say isolate. Anaptaya unkuape, lila anaptaya unkuape. Takun loka chipe hata patha eonglep ka wo phaya ka chale chane oyakishniap. Wachahena washichu thawo yukcha. Washichu thawo yukcha nan lakota thawo yukcha ki ichik halashn. They contradict each other. The paternalistic, the white man's thinking contradicts native thought. Native thought contradicts white man's thought. And so we're going to always have this struggle. Somewhere down the line, we're going to have to make this treaty work for us. And when I speak to my children, I talk about this, what we see as a left brain, right brain. The left brain is a time-oriented. We can mention numerous things that are not Lakota, and that's what constitutes the left brain. Wocheke, Loampi, Wachipi, everything that white man labeled their women as right brain, we can cry. And then we can publicly display humility. And we can publicly display being humble and respectful. All those qualities that the white man disassociate from themselves is what we have. And so again, that's a strong, it kind of makes us vulnerable in the eyes of the white man. And so when I look at vulnerability, there are many levels of vulnerability just because our color of our skin, because that we have a way of life. Today, white man needs to see something written. Lakota, it's in our mind, it's in our heart. It was imprinted through grandpa, grandma, mom, dad. That imprint comes generation to generation. We take it because it's instilled, it's in our blood. That's a real powerful phrase for me, because we look at that as a red road, but when we look to the blood of it, we have a lot of maybe through marriage, maybe through adoption or however, but we are related. And so it's our responsibility to identify how we are related. Maybe several generations ago, grandpa married a woman that's not of his Tioshpai. And so we have to look at that Tioshpai, and we look over there, and maybe because that we're not directly related, we might find an ideal woman to take as a wife and to bring children. Or better yet, go out to the other 9 tribes, and so that we don't mix our blood. We don't, white people look at us this way. They're a small reservation. If there's no more full blood, there's probably incest going on. That's a sad misconception. As I was saying earlier, and how these papers are written, they're condescending. Because that we didn't understand English, they wrote it to their advantage, and always taking something away from us. And today, even we do it amongst ourselves without even knowing it. It's like a bad habit. It just keeps happening and happening. We condescend on others. We condescend on the less fortunate. About this manifest destination, this forced assimilation, it's already taken place, because if we cannot properly address each other in relative terms, we're already becoming that. We're already becoming the white man's Indian. We have to learn to distinct that, differentiate that. I see a lot of potential when we talk about these treaties and the kinship and how it's been coming down. I see a lot of potential. And I interpret that as being a counselor. To be a counselor, you have to bring people out of the whatever they're caught up in a gray shaded area of their life, and how we're going to bring that about. Lehan, we have a high rate of suicide. How do we deal with that? We need to validate the concerns of our children, and then we need to praise them. We need to validate them, that their concerns are of great importance, that we need to hear it out. I listen to my children, and I listen to them because they listen to their peers and what concerns they have. And then I realized that we have to develop that parental skill. Ihaki chikta is a very strong word. Ihaki chikta. Lena ihok tapsi ke ogana lil yang kaps ni khasach e hong ta pe ka chon wo yuk cha oki hi yan pe. And we have to do that the same. We need to teach our children the significance of these treaties, the obligations. We have to keep enforcing that. Without it, we're going to lose our identity as Lakota people. And so we do have a lot of fears. We do have a lot of fears that in the future, if we lose our grip on the Black Hills, today it's scary because alcoholism and drugs are abroad. And so if we have a lot of children or our next generation, if that is really strong, they might opt for that money. They might opt for that forced payment just so that they can get their fix. And so it's going to be a short-lived thing, you know. And I myself, I want to see that we benefit further generations. I kind of lost my train of thought in what I had wanted to present, but I hope I did a good presentation.
Oh, we talk about the youth. We talk about our future. We'd like to hear from you young people. Maybe some of the Lakota language you didn't understand, but maybe your feelings as to today, what you did hear, what you did understand. What is your ideas? What do you want us to talk about and to do for you and your future? We thank you for being here. You give us a lot of energy with your spirit, your presence here, and your patience. It's a virtue that, you know, many people are kind of short on. But you sit here patiently listening, and it's a powerful Lakota virtue, and I'm glad to see it in you youth, that you've been instructed, and that somewhere you've picked that up, either in watching your parents, your elders, how they carried themselves, and you're carrying yourselves very well today. We want to thank you. So if there's anyone, students, SGU students, or the youth that are here, come on up and share with us. If not, we'd like to go into a little acknowledgement ceremony with Russell, and then we'll come back and tie the ends up and finish up the conversations today around the treaty. Youth, any students, SGU? Your impressions, your concerns to the treaty, government, tribal government, your Tioshpaya, your community, the government in your community, roles, who is there in leadership? Hakashi, Takoshi Hinkte Sacha, Mike Wanicha Opela. Pilau Yapi.
I'm a Lakota language teacher, 7th and 8th grade at St. Francis. And I've been teaching all my life. I'm a teacher. I teach whatever I can because I grew up with the culture. Songs, music, dance, history, whatever. I can teach, I share. But what I wanted to, I was reading all the notes and I heard that it was about treaties. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is, because these young people are here, our great made some treaties with the government about our land and our people and how we were going to survive for the next 7 generations. 7 generations is like 86 years. That's a lifespan for a Native American, I think, I hope. But what I wanted to do, I've been thinking about this for years, is I'm kind of a real Lakota woman, and yet I like to step on toes because I have respect for the men, our leadership. It was men that signed our treaties who talked about what they can do for our next 7 generations. And I live by the word when he said, he went and he said, let's learn the white man's tools. Learn what he has to offer. And let's use it against him. Let's compete with him. He didn't say, let's become him, okay? He didn't say, let's become him. He said, let's compete with him and work right along with him. We can do this as Lakota people, and that's where we're at right now. We have universities, we have schools, we have education, we have people in government. Hard about Lakota to be a Washichu, because we're really good at it, because we learned his ways. Okay, what I wanted to do, and I wanted to do this with the Treaty Council, is if those men back there, then half of them didn't even speak English. We had interpreters, okay? And they didn't have the Washichu education. How did they come to think about the 7th generation? What's gonna happen then? They gave us that much time to learn all this and to learn how to live it. What I would like to see our men do, treaty councils, because I know they didn't let no women in there, is how are they going to think for the next generations? Those are, like, I already have great-grandkids, okay? But we're only on our 3rd or 4th generation, because my cousin Spotted Tail is still alive. Oliver Red Cloud just passed away last year. That's like our 3rd generations. So we still have some generations to go. But what are they going to do when you guys have great-grandkids? When they start thinking about abolishing our reservations, about quit giving us Indian education, Indian health, Indian housing. What are we going to do? How are we going to survive all this? You young kids, I want you guys to think about this, because it's a challenge. We need to look forward. We have a hard time getting people together, to stand together as a group, as a team, to fight for these issues. But we can do it. It can be done. Because you know why? Because we're bicultural. We got 2 cultures backing us up now. We can do this in Washichu, and we can do it in Lakota. So that's all. I just wanted to think about that, because in, thinking about treaties and thinking about our sovereignty is always challenged. Our jurisdictions are always challenged all the time. It seems like every time something's going to happen, that's what people want to give up. That's what they want to use against us. They want to take that away from us. How can we keep all this? Let's think about it. It's a challenge. I want all of you to think about that, because we need to think about our next generations, how they're going to survive. The only way we have a better access to it because we're bicultural. So let's do this. I just want to tell you all this, because it's really a threatening position when you start hearing about treaties, when you start hearing about what people are threatening us. In the United States right now, we're the 3rd largest tribe that's being challenged. They want to abolish us. They want to abolish Cherokees because it's the largest tribe. They want to abolish Navajo because that's the next largest. And then the Sioux. They're going to try to find ways to get rid of us. They're going to try to abolish those rules. So I want our leaderships to think about this. Think about us. Think about our Lakota people. How are we going to survive? It's a challenge. So I just wanted to share this with you, because I hope it's recorded, because I want people to know and hear about these things. These are challenges that we need to do. Thank you. At
this time, we're going to turn our focus over to the Tribal Historic Preservation Office, and I'll let Russell duty talking here.
Hoi ame tāku e pi tōna le ampetu ia hipik o iuha chante washtana pe chūza pelo. Today, our Tribal Historic Preservation Office and our Tokala Society wanted to do a presentation and kind of explain why we have these chairs here. And the students are from various schools, high schools, St. Francis, Todd County, White River. But the students have to get back at 3 o'clock, back to their respective schools. And so we're going to kind of move our presentation along a little bit just to accommodate our students. So I really appreciate your patience, and I'd like to first call on my Lekshi Crow Dog to say a prayer, because we do have spirits of our ancestors sitting over here that are still buried at Carlisle, Pennsylvania. And so I kind of wanted to start this off with a prayer. I understand there's a young man here that's going to render a song for the spirit of our relatives, and then I'll have introduction, and then I'll introduce the students so that they can talk to you directly and talk about their experience. And of course, they have to all leave here at 3 o'clock, so I don't like to rush things, but I have to listen to our youth. You know, I really want that to happen today. So with that, Lekshi wochik yawaji yakake kinaha hawichok ankile iwongla koktelo.
Na aku pero iuha. Lena kor oaya yawi chap heha. Heha ki heha. Na heha ki heha. O techike. Mira haska trawons peki. Iktei chasaki. O he. Tiapa chakte awichau. Na tona o kachnige. O he na. You kala kol o kachnige wa you happy. O na toke le chupi you ka haska chasaki le. Kichi o uian piki he o kachnige ona unspreuk ta heti. O ta he ha toki o cheke ki reki ksuya. O na o kakini. We shoot on ele aki he solkia. O na ha mira haska ki chiapa I chakte a uki he wayaka. O ta heli ab chimsi. Aise. O na he tu ednazim ha o techik. We toku je sita hekta ki ane to penge tona un kupi ki he we toku jozli makaita ki lel ktei sa sagre yuhashni. O he, we tot hatsi na woite wa awi ea. He wa situ ki he yuha. O I tekte le na wotakwe ki iapi. O he on apetu ki leer wana. Wana. Ho chanke we chunki ksiokte. Tuepi hechi. O tuepi hechi he na. Chazei chata picture. O na ha he na. O teki gia we choku zeu iapi as e nagiki rena ie. Rea lira ta oiam. Kositku, trukasitku, huku atkuku. Le ta e chaya tokhakite ki sorki apsno he na. E ke le han. Ta komani wawi chakalaka. Ta le hana ie iuski ane. We are gonna kick up the hockey later. Oh, ye, we chose on you in a walk. We tana ki le yuski aitna. Titakwi henu Hawaii chaki galak. O he o cheki o akagik. O te iu ha hel trazea kamana chete tuiki. O he na. O apetu ki le. I believe that they have asked me to pray. Then it was a real hard time. When they left, when they took us, and our people been taken away from our families, they do not know what's going to happen to them. They do not understand where are they going. But they told him for education, to live among the Washitu Oyate, Mira Haska Itasa Oyate. So they must have got a little bit afraid. Was a virus. We chokuze, a virus germ here. Our Lakota people was pure people. Everything good health, good knowledge. But somehow when this happened, and when that happened, today the way we are today, the most. So it must have been hard then. But somehow that they understand that language. Somebody said something. It made me think. We are spiritual people, so at the beginning, Tugashla must have went into their soul, and they let them know what's going to happen to them. We chana kikile, washitia pikile, okachnik wichaya. Heha. Oh hey, ta se atale waunspesni, tangnes tolesni, wichach kaupsi. O cheke waka, hamani hanasolab. O he wa chuaking taskaya hecher. Toska hecher wakai eskakter. O heche tukashla petu ki lewa lakinam. We chana kitona heche toketuki. Ale hantuki le toketuki heno kokachnam. Tokel oichakwapi. Ti apa ichakte aupi. We choku zeo. O heo. Apetu ki le we chana ki le na we choding her. Apetu ki le hete khusit ku thukasit ku inati takea. O hena op oiampi. O hechake. Thukata ke oyam he o chodanu ena wo ki wa heche tukte. We chana ki le na we chong wa oyampi ki hetu. O he o. Neer wan lake. O he o. Och bij het gake he. We chayo hi ham sete. Ga. We chana ki le na. We choni ki hel oyampi heche. Na tue pi hechi. O he na la korcha ze yu hapi sete. O heche. Ohu te ta hinajipi na ohu te ta najipi. O na tiwahewa ich pe aita yapi. O you can help Klinajipi, na her o uyapikte. O na hale la wakik samteki oye ki hokuna oye. Ina ate trukashla o uyapi. O hechum se. Wa uyakapi. O he o wokachni kwa waste wakati au. O spe wakati o tiki retna. O che wachiki api. O na wachiacheke a nasipi. Na tochi neusono kohena galoha najipi. Tawi kaunga echa yuha oya piki he. Tukashila. We toye atuni musni treha. O hena petuki le. O usichi a echet. Chechichi na ochichake. O echet tukashila. 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 Tukashila makha. Unti, chie, trake, We tana kikile, we tone he oiro. We take as. Oh.
How opila kanka ichichiapelo. I guess one of the things that we wanted to discuss here today was Carlisle Indian School. Last summer in July, President Obama asked for a youth conference, and so we sent our group, we sent a group of our young people to Washington, D.C. But on their way back from Washington, D.C., they stopped in at Carlisle Indian School, knowing that there are some of our relatives buried there. And as a result, they came home and they were really disturbed of what they saw and where they were buried. And they came back and wanting to do something. And so they started a movement. They started having meetings and trying to look in ways of bringing our relatives back. So in the process, they went to the tribal council, asked for a resolution, they got it passed to start that process. And last week, they hosted their first public hearing at the Rosebud Tribal Council chambers. And what we need is relatives. We need direct descendants of these relatives that are buried at Carlisle. We need your help, and we're looking for your support, because this is really a big task, and it's going to be an uphill battle trying to bring our relatives home. It's not that simple as you think it is, because it involves the United States military. It involves the United States government. And so it's going to be an uphill battle for these young ones. You know, we talk about treaties. One of the things, when Pratt was here in 1879, he talked to Spotted Tail. He told Spotted Tail, said, you gotta send us your kids so we can teach them about the treaties. He mentioned the treaties, that your people can better understand these treaties. In 1879, they took a group of our kids, 35 of them, to Carlisle, Pennsylvania. They also went to the Red Cloud Agency, took 35 kids, and actually they ended up with more kids. But in 1879, can you imagine that? That was 3 years after the Little Bighorn. And ever since the Little Bighorn, our people were hunted. Every place they went, they wanted to either kill us or put us on reservations. And they did that, in spite of those treaties in 1868. 3 years. Some of our young people that went to Carlisle, 6, 12 years old, they probably remember Little Bighorn. They didn't know what they were getting into when Luther Standing Bear said that. He was a young man, 6, 7 years old. He said, we didn't know where we were going. We didn't even know if we were ever going to come back, because we were going into the hands of the white man. We didn't know. Some of our boys sang Strongheart songs as we journeyed to Pennsylvania, he said, to lift our spirits, to be able to see what's going to come or the unknown. He didn't know what they were getting into. Our relatives went there. In the first 8 years, six of our relatives from Rosebud passed away there at Carlisle, and they're still buried there. We have 10 students right now that we've identified that are still buried at Carlisle. And these youth, they want to do something. They want to bring our relatives home. This is something that we, as Lakota people, really need to do, especially you elders, the older ones. We need to provide them this guidance. If they want to do this, let's help them. That's our charge. You know, our relatives are still laying in Pennsylvania in an active military post. Carlisle War College, they call it. United States Army is exempt from federal laws. So we can talk about NACPRA, and NACPRA will help us to a certain extent. But it's going to be an uphill battle, because what's going to happen is it's going to open doors. And it's going to open up a can of worms also, because history as we know it today can be rewritten. So it's going to be a long struggle, but I'm hoping that, you know, we follow through with appropriate letters. We're following the protocol of NACPRA. We sent letters, 4 letters that we sent out. 2 of them to the Carlisle Indian School. We sent one to the Department of Justice, and we sent a letter directly to President Obama, since he's Commander-in-Chief. And actually, if we can get to him, all he has to do is issue a order to that army post, military post, and say that the Rosebud Sichangwu Nation want to bring their relatives home. Make it happen. That's all he needs to do. And so we're hopeful. In the next year, it's going to be busy for us, especially for these young ones, because this is what they want to do. But we do need the help of descendants. And if I'm going to name some of the names, Elvin, his Lakota name was one that kills horse. There's another one, female, Dora. Her Lakota name or given name was Her Pipe. We have another one, his name was Ernest Knoxoff. His name was Knoxoff, but he's the descendant of White Thunder. We have Lucy Purdy Eagle. Her Lakota name was Takes the Tail. We have Warren Painter. His Lakota name was Bear Paints First. We have one, his name was Friend Hollowhorn Bear. We have another one, his name was Young Eagle. His given name was Foot Canoe. We have another one, his name was Dennis Strikes First, son of Blue Tomahawk, Chief Tomahawk. We have one with just the name Rose, but her Lakota name was Longface. And then the last one, and actually she was one of the first ones that died at Carlisle, her name was Maud Swift Bear, daughter of Swift Bear. Swift Bear and Chief White Thunder's Ernest, they were the first two that died there. And so we want to remember these young ones. And it's not that they're forgotten, that we say our prayers, we go there, take offering, wasna, we go there, do ceremony over the years. But now these young people want to do something. And I know they have to get back to class at 3, so I guess we wanted to show a video, and then 2 of our students want to talk to you directly. Huh? Go ahead. You know, when Luther Standing Bear went there, he was a little boy. We have pictures of him when he went to Carlisle, how he was dressed, long hair, buckskin, and then the after picture. But Luther said they were in a strange place, and they had all these names on a blackboard, and they had these students pick a stick, and they pointed to their names. They said, you point to a name you see up there. They didn't know what they were pointing at. But Luther said, I pointed at Luther. That's how I got my English name, Luther. This is a picture of the first group of our Lakotas from Sichangwu country and Oglala country.
Hello, my name is Asia Blackpool. My Lakota name is Ishtagiwi, which means brown-eyed woman. And I would like to apologize for speaking in front of my elders. We wish we were here. We wish we were there with you guys to be there in person. but we have school, so we just thought we would send this video to you. My personal thoughts and beliefs on why we should bring home the kids from Carlisle is because being ripped away, or being away from my family just for a little while, I really get homesickness. And family is really important to me in our culture, and that's just what I grew up to be really close, and with our traditions, learning our traditions and how we all work together, all our communities being close together. So when I heard that the kids at Carlisle got ripped away from their families at such a young age, it broke my heart because they didn't get the opportunity to grow up around their families, and they never got the opportunity to come home, and they're still there. And it's really important to bring them back because they're probably wondering, lost, why they never came back home. Thank you.
I'm Josh Ironshell. I'm part of the Chichangu Youth Council and the Tilkala Najio Suicide Mentoring Program. This past summer, when we took a trip to DC for the Unity Conference, on our way back home, we stopped at the Carlisle boarding school, and we got to explore the school and the cemetery there. I think it's important that we bring the bodies back to all the tribes because maybe because their spirits are probably wondering when they're gonna meet their family and friends and relatives again. And I think it was pretty. I'm like, in my point of view, I get frustrated whenever I think of white people taking our fellow natives to a boarding school where they've never been before, when they're thousands, hundreds miles away. I think it's important to bring them back because maybe we'll get more recognition in our tribes. Then the spirits can finally go home where they're meant to be with their friends and family instead of just being alone, walking everywhere where they don't know where to go for help. But if we bring them back home, they'll know where they've been and what's going on, and they can help their family today. Thank you for taking your time to watch this video. Yet again, I'm sorry for not being there in person.
My name is Sydney Farslaki. My Lakota name is Sandra Farslaman, and I'm an active member of the Sichango Youth Council Takala Nojo Suicide Prevention Program. For as long as we know, Native Americans have been viewed as barbaric, and the goal of assimilation was to civilize them. One of the methods used was education. By locating this school miles and miles away from the reservations, facilitators of the school felt that the students would be removed from all the evil influences of Native American life and families. Over 12,000 students attended, and 1,126 of the students were Sioux. And today, we identified 9 are still buried there. Our mother's worst nightmares were that her children could possibly go missing or be taken from their family. Imagine your mother waiting for you to come home. But you never did. By bringing the bodies of the children would bring closure to the families and the spirits of the children. And the spirits of the children would be at ease, knowing that they finally made it home.
Hi. I greet all of you with a handshake. And thank you for giving us this time to speak. My name is Christopher Eaglebert. I'm 17 years old, and I'm a senior at Todd County High School in Mission, South Dakota. My peers and I have come together to tell you about Carlisle Indian School and what we plan to do. As you may know, in 1879, the Carlisle Indian School was opened up and Native children were taken from their families and forced to move to Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Some were killed, some were buried there, and the families never got to see them again. 187 children are buried at the Carlisle Cemetery, and from what we know, 10 are from Rosewood. Overall, what we plan to do is bring those 10 back home, and so you can bury them where they belong, back with the relatives. From what we know, over 1,100 Great Plains children were taken to Carlisle, and we respectfully urge all of you guys to find out if any of these children are from your tribe and bring them home back to where they belong. While we were at Carlisle, a friend of mine and I got the honor to do a prayer for them and sing a song. And so what I want to do is sing you the song too. And it was like this. Miyecha, oye wayelo. Miyecha, oye wayelo. Makakijelo, o makiayo. What was that tongue called?
Thank you. And at this time, I'm going to have the students talk directly to you, and some of them need to, or I want them to introduce themselves. Remember, there's a Tokala Energio Society, the youth society that here on the Sichangu. So I'll go ahead and turn it over, and they have to all leave to go back to their schools. So I don't like to rush them with their time, but you know how we are as Lakota people. We like to talk, and I have some more information that I will share with you. So at this time, first one is Chris. Chris Eaglebear that's my grandson. And we have, his great-grandfather went to school at Carlisle. And we were fortunate enough to have our grandfather return back to us. But he wants to say a few words.
I'm kind of bucky right now after that video. My name is Christopher Eaglebear, and I'm 17 years old, and I'm a senior at Todd County High School. This past summer, we had the opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. for a unity conference held by President Obama. And on our way back, we had the opportunity to go to Carlisle, Pennsylvania, and go to the Carlisle Military College there. And you know, we all knew about Carlisle and what it was and what happened there, but we never expected it to be how it really was. And so when we went to Carlisle, we went to the cemetery. It just, all the emotions were running through us, and that's when we knew that it was time for them to come home, and that
it wasn't right what they did so long ago to the children that were there. And probably what was really sad is that they said that 187 children were buried there, and from the looks of it, a lot of them were still missing. And so now what we want to do is just bring them home, back to where they belong. And I have my another speaker coming up. My aunt, her name's Sydney Horse-Looking. If she could come and help me.
Okay. Vidakiafi Shinkoma Kawankiami Machafik Show, Sydney Horse-Looking, or Sydney Horse-Looking Machafik Show, Nahayu Hanchante Washana Pechizafik Show. Hello, my name is Sydney Horse-Looking. My Lakota name is Shinkoma Kawankiami. And I'm sorry, but every time I think about going to the school, it makes me sad. Because during school, I've studied a lot about this school, and it hurts my heart to learn about the things that we have people have gone through. But we're strong people, and we're overcoming those things, and we still may have problems with it, but we're strong. We can get through it. I think it's really good that we're in the process of bringing the children home. I feel that once they're home, they'll get to be children and they'll reunite with their families, and that it'll bring closure. When I went to the cemetery, we offered candy and tobacco, and it was a pretty powerful experience. We all got pieces of candy, and we walked around and laid them down by the headstones, and we all said a prayer, and 2 members sang a song, and we all said a prayer out loud. And while we're doing that, cars were driving by and watching us, and it kind of made me uncomfortable, how they just, I don't know, the cemetery is right by a main road, and I don't know, it was kind of disappointing that, people are just driving by, and I felt like, that they should be in a more respectable place. But that's all I have to say, but I'd like to give the microphone to my other mentors so they can introduce themselves before we leave.
My name is Brian Whipple. I'm 17 years old and I go to St. Francis.
My name is Josh Ironshell. I'm 15 years old and I go to St. Francis Indian School.
My name is Shiley Brave. I'm 15 and I go to Todd County High School.
My name is Troy Lafferty. I'm 13 and I go to St. Francis Indian School.
Haumitakiapi dane toka heinata imacha piksto naha ihachate washtena pesi chapi. Hello, my name is Danet Leader Charge. I'm 16 years old and I go to St. Francis Indian School.
My name is Ziwabui Bitcrow and I'm 15 years old and I'm an 8th grader at St. Francis Indian School.
Hamadaka P. Rachel Wambly Yake Wiksho Naha Yuha Chante Washte Nape Chusa Piksho. I'm Rachel Janice Simoga. I'm 16 years old and I go to Todd County High School, and I want to thank everybody for coming, and I want to thank to getting to know Vicky, Eagle Bear, Micah, Lunderman, Sunrise, and Jessica, and I want to thank this program, and I want nothing but the best for us because we've come this far, and I'm very happy. Hi, my name is Carly Olson. I'm 16 and I go to Todd County High School.
How medakiapi Asia Angel Ishtagiwin Tantanka Sapa Imajiapi Ksto Yuhan Chante Washte Nape Juzapi.
Hello, I'm sorry for speaking in front of my elders. I greet you all with a warm handshake and a good heart. My name is Asia Blackboo. My Lakota name is Ishtagiwi.
My name is Thomas Bickrow, and I'm 17 years old and go to St. Francis High School. And that's about it.
My name's Davon Sanchez, 16 years old, and I go to Todd County High School.
They'd like to ask Lionel to take a picture with all these students, so can you kind of gather around? Let's give these students another round of applause. He said. As students have to get back to their respective schools, but give them words of encouragement. Could be a long struggle. Let me finish this up. Thank you. Just to give you an idea, there was 8,856 students that went through Carlisle. So somebody wanted to speak?
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Savannah. I'm Northern Cheyenne, but I was raised Lakota, and I just wanted to say thank you for allowing us students to be here today and listening to all the speakers. And I'm a senior at Todd County High School, and I'll be going into nursing and tribal law. And it was really good listening to all the speakers today. I got an understanding of what these treaties are and how things work. And I want to, like how all the elders have expectations of us youth, we have expectations of our elders too. We want to be more involved in things that our elders do, and we want to participate more. And we may be bashful at times, but if you come up to us, we'll open up to you, and we really love learning about these ways. And I just wanted to say thank you for allowing us to sit here and be able to listen and to learn from you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Carlisle was one of the original concept of boarding schools. After Carlisle closed in 1918, it started that movement of Indian boarding schools and many, many parochial schools. And everything was kind of centered around Carlisle, how it was established. But we do have 190 graves right now at Carlisle with different tribes. We know of 19 Lakota burials there, other tribes. 19 of them. And we're doing more research. There are many other tribes represented, especially the Apache. The Apache Nation, the majority of the students buried there are Apache. Remember, they were prisoners after Geronimo surrendered. They were prisoners in Fort Marion, Florida. And from being a captive among the military, they came to Carlisle. Now, Carlisle Indian School, for us as Lakota people, going there in 1879 must have really been something totally different for our people. We just got done with the Battle of Little Bighorn. Wounded Knee didn't happen yet. And our people went there to learn a trade or get educated. And it was open until 1918. And during that course, over 8,000 students came through Carlisle Indian School. Pratt, he was a Lieutenant Pratt, was with the 10th Cavalry stationed here in Valentine back when he knew Spotted Tail. They call them the Buffalo Soldiers. They were stationed Fort Niobrara. So that's how he was connected to Spotted Tail, and that's the connection to Red Cloud. Now, history tells us, we wanted to learn, get educated in the white man's way. When Spotted Tail went to Washington, D.C., he stopped into Carlisle to check on his kids. His kids told him some horror stories about Carlisle. So he was one leader that was able to bring his kids back. He brought them home on his way back. The rest stayed there. And as a result, some of them died. When they talk about Ernest White Thunder, they said for 2 months, he was really down. He didn't want to eat, he didn't want to participate. He probably got himself sick. And as a result, he went on into that spirit world. He was buried there. You know, Oyokshija, you know, as that Chanteshija, you know. When you think about that, can you imagine the parents at home here, sitting over here not knowing where their kids are, how they're doing, or if they died there, how are they going to bring them back? It was almost probably impossible for us at that time. We were still living, walking, or riding a horse or a wagon. Can you imagine something happening 1,600 miles away? You know, it was hard for those families. And they went on into that spirit world not knowing where their child was, how the child's last days were. And we talk about historical grief, how it just kind of lingers from one generation to the next, not knowing where relatives are today. You know, it must have really been something for our ancestors, our relatives, what they went through at that time. I really need the support of descendants. The kids and their mentors will be traveling to different communities, Swift Bear, Horse Creek, maybe one here in Mission, maybe in St. Francis, and do public forum and talk about Carlisle. But also, this opens the door. It opens the door for Canton, South Dakota. You know, we have over 20 of our relatives laid buried there at Canton, South Dakota. Canton wasn't a very good place. One story I read was there was a council representative who was very outspoken. The superintendent of that agency didn't want him around, so they sent him there. You know, those were things that were happening to our people. Some of those students that went there didn't want to learn the English language. So they were classified unteachable, sent them to Canton. They were termed crazy. They didn't want to learn the Washichu way. Things like that happen to our people. And we need to make things right today. We have that opportunity. We have that capability. We have our youth standing up saying, let's do something. We have cemeteries all over our reservation here today. We need to go back and make amends with our relatives in those cemeteries and take care of our cemeteries. We want to identify any kind of burials that we have. Let's start taking care of the spirit of our people. We have that responsibility. This is going to start a movement. There are burials all in boarding schools throughout this country that may have a relative there. We just found out Spotted Tail, Chief Spotted Tail, had a daughter named Gertrude. Gertrude went to Carlisle, didn't go to school there, but it was part of a visit. And then from there, it was a teacher. She was visiting a teacher at Carlisle Indian School, and then she died there. She's buried near Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Spotted Tail really went through a lot. Spotted Tail had 2 deaths, 2 daughters during that timeline. And then, at the same time, at home, he lost 3 of his boys. 1876, when you're talking about the Battle of Little Bighorn, while they were fighting with Custer over on the Little Bighorn or the Greasy Grass, Spotted Tail was at Fort Laramie burying a daughter. So can you imagine one of our leaders here, Sintegleska University, what kind of fortitude that leader had, knowing that he lost his children and burying his children. Wachintanka. So we can almost imagine ourselves when we lose a loved one, it really affects us. We hurt. Sometimes some of us hurt for the rest of our lives. We need to start taking care of the spirit of our people. And this is a start. It's going to open doors. We're going to have to go. Anytime we find out there's someone buried someplace that need to come back, we're going to have to bring them back. Cultural Historic Preservation Office, that's what I do. That's the line of work I'm in. I want to protect our burial sites. I want to protect our cultural resources. What little we have left anymore. You know, Washichus are building all the time. Look at the Keystone XL project. We stood up, our tribe stood up, our people stood up and said, we don't want that coming through our reservation. I'm glad Leota's here. Leota was one of our first one there at the camp, and she ended it. When President Obama rejected Keystone XL, that gave us a breather. We can sit back, and it may come back up again because Washichus, they push. But at least it gives us breathing room. Stand up, Leota. Let's give Leota a round of applause. I asked for warriors to come and step up and help me with the spirit camp, and here she showed up and stayed all the way through. Even I couldn't stay there sometimes. So I want to thank you, Leota. But today we have other issues that are facing us. Keystone XL, Dakota Access. There's a movement. Rare elements. Right there at Bear Lodge Mountain. They're going to take that whole mountain away just to look for this little rare element. You treaty people that are talking about the sacredness of Black Hills and what it means, the treaty means, we need to step up and protect those sites. We can't let Washichus come and take as they please. It's 2016 now. Can you imagine 137 years ago what our people went through? Carlisle, first going, getting on a wagon, and then getting on a train, and then going someplace that they have no understanding of. Today, we have those resources. Today, we can do things, but we need to do it collectively. We need to do it as relatives. Descendants need to step up, help us. Tribes need to step up and help us. Oteti Shakoi needs to get involved. Those other tribes, they need to go after their relatives. We need to help them. We offer to help them. There are many things facing us today, and it seems like we react from a day to day. You know, if I didn't get my LEAP today, that's my main concern. Or if I didn't get that gas money from one of our tribal leaders, that's my main concern for today. But we need to look ahead. Look ahead. This next generation, all these kids standing here, that's the next generation. We need to give them a young student standing up there saying, we want to do something. We may not be outspoken or vocal, but we want to do something. Let's start a movement. Let's try to organize our people. You know, we can, every year, you know, we come here at these forums and basically talk about the same thing. Last year, I was standing here talking about Keystone XL. Half a year later, it came to pass. For me, that was an accomplishment. I don't have to stand here and talk about Keystone XL. It may come up in the future, but maybe one of these young youth can stand up and say, I'm going to carry on that fight. I want to do something. Treaty is the key. And we need to understand and really push it. You know, when they signed those treaties 5, 6 generations ago, they were looking ahead. And we're standing on that time now. What are we going to do for the next 7 generations? It's our charge. So here today, I wanted to say a lot. I can talk about different topics. But this whole issue of these relatives sitting over there in those chairs, that's an issue today for me. That we need to help these young people bring our relatives back. But at the same time, we need to take care of our own cemeteries throughout this reservation. We're going to make improvements this summer on the Spotted Tail Agency. Spotted Tail's burial site. We're going to be working on that this summer, and you'll see it. We're going to make improvements. Did you know that the little hill is gone now? That little hill, when we went to do the survey, scattered with beer cans. That was a party place. Not going to be there anymore like that. We need to respect those places. Teach our young ones to respect the burial. As I travel throughout this country, I know where all these special burial places are. At the start of the Bozeman Trail in Wyoming, there's a major burial. You know, our people took our relatives there to bury them in a good way. Whether they picked up the bones, carried them in their little bundle, take them to that special place. As they travel, our people travel. They put them in these special sites. That's why they fought so hard when Washichu's wagon trains were coming through. They wanted to protect those burial sites. Crazy Horse, Red Cloud, all our Sichangu leadership, they stood up against the United States government because they didn't want Washichus invading our burial sites. So it makes a guy wonder. You go to Rapid City, right east of Rapid City, in those rolling hills, there are major burial sites. So when our people camped in the Black Hills, they take the relatives to special places. Preshla is one of them. Now we own Preshla as Lakota people, even though it was given to us in the treaties, which they took away in 1876, 77, we had to go buy back land that the government said belonged to us. But we did, because we wanted to protect those burial sites. If we didn't do that, that land would have been auctioned off. Condos would have been popping up. Houses would have came up. We paid a pretty price. Our ancestors did with their lives. Today is money. But we have 5 tribes now coming together, pulling the resources, buying land in the Black Hills. And one day, maybe the United States government will compensate us back, saying, hey, we messed up. You know, we took something away from you that belonged to you. But we need to protect those places, special places, ceremonial sites, Hambalecha sites, Wakioti. So yeah, there's so many issues that I wanted to talk about here today, but we're running out of time. I'm supposed to be on a conference call. One of our allies, the Northern Northern Arapaho, I'm supposed to be on a conference call with them right now. They're also trying to repatriate 3 of their relatives that are buried at Carlisle. We have the Northern Cheyenne have relatives there. They're supporting in what we're doing. We have the Sissetuan. They have 4 buried. They want to follow our lead, and they're supporting in what we're doing. We still need to get support from our Cheyenne River, the Assiniboine, the Hangtuan. But we're going to do that. We're just now starting. So with that, I really appreciate the time you've given me here. It's always good to have a captive audience. It's kind of sad when people get up and walk out. But Wopila Chichiap, this place should have been filled with our people. But I've always been taught, long time ago, that it only takes a handful to do something. And I believe in that. Wopila Tanka Chichiapalo, thank you.
We want to close this evening with a few words from our president, and we want to thank all of you who've stayed with us through this day, hoping you go home with some more knowledge, input into the 1868 treaty. And we're not going to let this end here. You know, the anniversary of the 1868 treaty is this April 29th. It'll be 148 years. Last year on the 147th, we tried to organize here, and we wanted to talk about these, maybe go through these articles and talk about them, and educate ourselves about each article. We're going to make another attempt at that again this coming April 29th. That should be our holiday. That should be our Independence Day. You know, instead we're celebrating the Conqueror's holiday on July 4th, and we spend $250,000 blowing up fireworks down at the casino, and we can't afford clothing orders and propane for our people. You know, $250,000 celebrating their Independence Day. Ours is April 29th. Come back then, and let's learn some more about it. So we're going to have Lionel say a few closing words for us at Pilami Apala.
Lämmin tahka pilan petjuki ha. So teavastena petjius apelo. Lionel Bordo emachap. Wanneer te otalel. Itchacha emaginakap. I've been here 43 years now. And I'm very thankful for our founders, for our leaders of yesteryear who brought us here. They had a tremendous vision. They were very saddened to know what was going on, what was happening to a very happy life that they had. There's a place up there in Bear Butte that they say Crazy Horse stood and cried when he talked about what he saw as the future of the generations to come. And yet, that's who we are. And we're still here. And yes, we've had our struggles, but it's been a beautiful week here. Times there's been happiness expressed here. times there have been sadness, and I'm sure anger at times when we saw the doctrine of discovery today and what we're still going through. Sad to see our young ones cry when they talked about their ancestry, who were, many of them, largely physically and aggressively removed from the arms of their parents and grandparents and taken 1,000 miles or more away, and sometimes never seen again. Maybe 6, 7, 8 years later, they would see their loved one come home. I served on Haskell's Board of Regents for 6 years, and there's a cemetery there with 100 graves. And I remember talking with some of the people there about supernatural activity on campus. And they point to an area above the football field. And they said from time to time, these little children, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, could be seen playing there. There's a book out now called Babies of Haskell. Little children, 5 years old, much like the little children here at Haskell. Some of them look like they're about 5 years old. And then here a while back, there was a newspaper article, and they found some handcuffs in the archives or something there of Haskell. And they estimated those handcuffs were built for children about 5, 6 years old. So a lot of our ancestry, this is what they went through. And I know in talking with Dan Wellcat, who's a professor there at Haskell, and talking about what these young ones here are talking about, the need to maybe go and have prayers. And I remember talking with Crow Dog here, not only at Haskell, but right here at Genoa. We have the same thing, just east of Valentine. And then you go to Hampton. And then the big one at Smithsonian in Washington, where there are 18,000 of our ancestry, all tribes, still there in large shelves. And I'm very proud of these young ones here, and Russell for what he did here this afternoon, but creating a movement to address our ancestry spiritually. We have cemeteries here that largely, unfortunately, go unrecognized. I found a cemetery I mentioned here the other day, 3 miles northeast of the town of White River. 11 oshkokpas, little dents in the ground. I found the records in Pier. There's a spotted tail, Kakoja, stillborn, 1890, buried in a Bordeaux cemetery. We see this across the country. And when Dan Wildcat and I were talking about the cemetery in Haskell, he said something that even further was astounding. He said, Lionel, the ones that I'm concerned about and I wonder about are the ones who died here. At least this is where the parents said they come, but they're not buried here, and they're not buried at home. Where are they? And where are those records where we could trace and find out what happened to that loved one? And so I think what we're trying to do here, and I think and I agree with Russell, somewhere we got to get past the talk. And I see this particular forums this week as moving us more aggressively to developing that action plan. What makes the difference this year is I see more involvement with the young ones coming here and talking. And then the fact that we have a tribal resolution asking the tribal government to get involved with these forums. Because our founders just didn't talk about education on the Rosebud. They talked about certainly strengthening culture, but they also talked about redefining and restructuring education, throwing this system of education that we have, throwing it out, and coming up with a system that we develop and design for ourselves, and utilizing the treaty. I was glad to see Homer and Roger over here and Lester. Dwayne talk about the treaty. It needs to be the foundation of the future of who we say we want to be. Our founder said we are not growing under our IRA. It's created too much division. It has an election system that creates a winner and a loser every 2 years. And that's not who we traditionally were as a people. You see it here. We like to talk. We like to discuss. Wongolakap o chimp. Takoni wongolakap cha yuptampta iwoyankap. Oel wat ohasna wat tuktel. Wastelo eonkiabna. Wa kionkiab. We like to take an issue and talk about it and get everybody involved talking. And once we get past that discussion, then come to a consensus and then go with it. And that's what's needed with our follow-up. Looking at a new form of government, but get everybody involved. I remember when I was on the tribal council, our first day we would all talk, introduce ourselves, what are the things that we stood on and would like to do. And from time to time, the majority of people sitting there talked about a new form of tribal government. But after so long, then when we bring it out, I remember making 4 motions to address, looking at, starting an initiative to look at a new form of tribal government. By then, I'd get 4 votes. And we'd have to put it on the back burner. But at least we went with the sacred 4. But there's some that tells me that this particular forums that we have this coming year, I think people are willing to come together and to have regularly follow-up discussions to address every issue that we have as an Oyate. We have a health issue now. What type of a health service do we want for ourselves? What type of a health training does this institution need to have? When I talked to all 4 of the communities and visited, they wanted a revolving clinic. They said, we don't have the money to hire somebody to come from Melks Camp or White River to go to Rosebud just to pick up our prescription. Sometimes we sit there long periods of time, and if we had a clinic that would come to each community, we would know that on a certain date, somebody was coming. How do we set up a health system where we bring what we talked about here, Washichiakil, Indian medicine, Pejuta, Lakho Pejuta. I mentioned the other day, one person told me he has the medicine here to cure AIDS. He can't go out and solicit and spread the word that people come to him through Woyahambale, through dreams. Some of our medicine men have medicine to cure cancers. But how do we bring these into the medical system? How do we tie in partnerships with our friends in Canada and Mexico and have medicines brought across the border? Right now, the pharmaceutical societies stop them. That's big business. But these are the things that were discussed here, and we need to put them in print. We need to yusuta them, and it's going to take a year, maybe 2 years. But once we come up with a solid plan, and we hear these young ones, they stopped and said, utilize us, get us involved. And this week we saw them involved. And that's a tremendous inspiration and motivation to design things in such a way that our young ones are involved. So I want to thank each and every one of you for coming, for staying here for the whole week. This evening we'll go into student recognition. Tomorrow we'll get into our Wachipis in the evening. Saturday and Sunday we'll be into our Wachipi. But we need your ideas. Start writing something on paper. Give it to somebody. And I want to thank our media people, Roger and Jim over here. From time to time, they showed me what they call the number of hits, because it's being televised really throughout the world. The other day, something like within a 20-minute period, we had like 3,500 hits. They talked about it yesterday or some 8,000. This is phenomenal. That many people throughout the country are viewing this, are listening to this, are seeing this. And many of them were so happy to see Mary McDonald here of Dance with Wolves. So we have a tremendous opportunity to solicit our friends and supporters who are away from here and get them involved, particularly with things that they can bring to the table to help us. They have ideas, they have recommendations. A lot of them are our own Lakota friends sitting out there. I remember when we did this last year, we had a call from Australia. A Sichungu living in Australia was just so happy to see song and dance that he hadn't heard for a long time. So we have friends in cities. But once we put together a plan of action, then we can ask them for help. Financially, the assistance that we don't have from the federal government, there's people out there who would, I know, financially support us if we said, hey, Onkiapo, we need some help. Here's what we want to do. Right now, we're financially struggling. We're viewed as being the second poorest county in the United States. But I know once we put our plan together and define ourselves, as Charlie Colomb said, Russell Means, Floyd Westerman, Albert Whitehat, Vine Deloria Jr., they're all in the spirit world with all the many friends and relatives from our own families who are in the spirit world. And we call upon them all the time for guidance and direction. And they're the ones that keep us going. And they're the ones that will help us to develop not only a strong Sichungu Oyate, but a strong Ocheti Shakoi. And the rest of Indian country can take a look at what we're doing, and we can eventually expand and bring everybody into the picture in all of our areas. How can we help each other? But particularly in education, what we're trying to do here. We can create a major institution of higher learning in this country, utilizing all of our tribal colleges and doing educational treaty agreements with the Harvards, with the Yales, with the University of South Dakotas, with the Black Hills, and through online anymore, we can make this a reality. And that's where we need to be headed, because education encompasses all aspects of our life. But we all need to be together through prayer and to bring our ideas and to share with compassion and generosity and strength and wolakota. Pilamaya Pelo. Thank you and love you all. We'll see you. Thank the drum. Thank Leonard, all of his people. Thank Dwayne. Thank our staff, Sherry and everybody, Maxine. Thank our cooks, Sam and TJ. Thank all of our maintenance people. And we thank the Sichungu Oyate for their continuous support of this institution. Pilamaya Pelo.
Okake. Ocheti shako oloa le Lena hoki taka ba unchibigda. Yexli apiho. Aho. We're going to close our final form here today with the song of the seven council fires. Lecture you're going to watch it, you watch it, chinkalo. Olonga hiapiki oha. Nielo. Hey, hey. Ocheti shako, hey. Ocheti shako, hey. Ocheti shako, hey. Ocheti shako, hey. Aho. Chetula. Thank you all for coming. We need to clear out of here so the staff can do their miracle and setting this up for the student recognition dinner this evening. So thank you all for being here with us today.